illest rhyme I ever wrote. Said I was born to be dope. I dreamed big like my visions were projected on a movie screen. Beachside staring into watercolor bluish green. Muscle with the hustle, turn my dreams into reality. I'm my ancestors' wildest dreams on a balcony. Scribbling notes into the margin of my composition. For what's next, match my efforts with my ambition. I fell to success back, but kept pushing. Reinventing myself, establishing better footing. Fall down 6 times, but stand up 7 even when nobody else could see the places I was heading. I was driven. I had a vision that made a plan. Put it into practice with the actions of my hands. Put it into practice with my circle and my fam. Had my back before I became a businessman. This is the illest rhyme I ever wrote. Said I was born to be dope. This is the illest rhyme I ever wrote. My footsteps walk a different path. I did the knowledge, then I did the math. Factored in all of my failures, dream killers and negative talk that assails ya. Insecurities they projected onto me, internalizing the fear had me questioning my journey. I did my light, now I was scared to shine till I realized the baggage on my back wasn't mine. Then I made a conscious decision to fail without fear, study the lessons I was given. Facing setbacks is a given, but my setbacks never redefine my mission. Blessed with the village and blessed with ambition. Took in all the wisdom, it informed my intuition. Made a couple U-turns, but I learned transition is a necessary space to see my dreams come to fruition. This is the illest rhyme I ever wrote. Said I was born to be dope. This is the illest rhyme I ever wrote. Said I was born to be.
Welcome. We are here. It is time for Born to be Dope. Let me just check the sound. We are live there. All right. I think we sound good. I mean, look like I'm a little loud, but let me turn that down a little bit. Great. I am Ryan C. Greene. This has been a long time coming. Welcome to the Born to be Dope Virtual Summit and Film Release Weekend. And we have so much in store for you. I'm telling you, this is such a big deal. I got dressed. I put pants on. I even put on shoes because I am ready to roll. I want to give you all the best. For those who have been following this journey, it has been a 7-8 month journey from the start of this Born to be Dope idea to finally debuting our first Born to be Dope Summit and film. So I'm excited about that. If you are watching right now, if you've not done so already, join the Born to be Dope network. Go to www.borntobedopegroup.com, www.borntobedopegroup.com. That is our Facebook group where you will see all the interaction, be part of this wonderful event. So I'm excited. We have such a lineup ready for you over the course of this weekend. Before I get in there, I've got to make sure I thank a few people. Of course, first and foremost, let me thank my wife, Tanika, for just being supportive, allowing me to even go out there and chase this dream and giving up the basement so I can have this dope studio and all that. But, thank you so much for that. I want to thank my kids, Jordan and Jaden, for everything you do. All my family, all my friends who supported. I definitely want to thank Salim. So if you heard the intro song, that was Salim, one of my best friends who produced the song. All the music that you're going to hear in the Born to be Dope film was produced by him. So we're going to talk to him on Sunday as well. So definitely I'm excited about that. Every contributor who was part of the film and part of the summit because you're going to see. Listen, here's the thing. Here's a good problem, right? Anyone's ever put on an event, right? You have your dream list of people that you want to be a part of your event, right? So you go and you ask them, like, here's my 10 people I want to invite. Maybe 4 or 5 of them will say yes, but the other ones will at least know I'm out there. Maybe they'll hook me up next time. Everyone said yes. Everyone I asked said yes, so I was like blown away by that. So we had to make room for everybody because we want to make. I couldn't tell. Oh, thanks, but no, never mind. No. So everybody said yes. So when I tell you we had some of the best lined up for this event, I am not overstating that. So thank you for everyone who did that. And the last thing before we jump in even further, I've got to dedicate this to my mom and my dad, both who have passed away. Definitely want to dedicate this to y'all. Your baby boy doing his thing, right? So let's get into it. So what to expect, other than my tablet about to die on me, but what to expect? Let's jump right in. This weekend, first and foremost, let me tell you there are no breaks. We're going straight through. All right. So from 10 to about 3, going straight through. So what that means is, you should get the VIP package, because with the VIP package, you'll be able to get the replay. So if you miss anything, or you take your phone in the bathroom with you, don't tell us. Just make sure you don't leave whatever, but just whatever. You don't want to miss anything is my point. So make sure that you go ahead and take advantage of that VIP package at borntobedopesummit.com. Just click the VIP package. You can go and get that, and you'll be able to get all the replays to every presentation, as well as some other bonuses. Like I said, we have 29 phenomenal speakers lined up for you over the course of the 3 days. 29 speakers. That's a lot of speakers, a lot of knowledge, a lot of information that's going to go in and help you be dope. So, there's a saying, I'll trust a short pencil over a long memory any day. So definitely get out your notepad, get your pen, get ready to take notes, however you take notes. But if you feel like you might miss something, that's another reason to get the VIP package. So you can go back and watch these presentations over and over again when you want to and need to. Then finally, our film release, the Born to Be Dope film, our visual mixtape, that is going to premiere on Sunday afternoon. So if you are registered, you'll be able to take advantage of that, but also make sure you get your VIP tickets so you can get access to that film as well. So those are some of the logistics we want to cover. And last thing, so what is Born to Be Dope, right? What are we doing here today? Born to Be Dope is something, it was an idea, a concept that came up to me. It's a celebration of being unapologetically great at being you. Unapologetically great at being you. If you are if you're working in any kind of industry, if we all have something that makes us special, something that makes us unique, right? Something that makes us dope. But undoubtedly, there's someone, somewhere, some norm, some rule that is telling you, okay, yeah, that's cool, but keep that outside, right? That's cool for you, but that doesn't fit our way, our culture. And how many times have we been in a situation where, this would be much better if we could do it this way, if I could just be me. And so for me, this kind of came from that idea, like, when I'm a speaker, and for so long, he said, well, if you're going to be a professional speaker, you got to have on a suit and tie. You got to talk the King's English. You got to, laugh like that. And I said, you know what? That's not me. If I'm dope enough in a suit and tie, then I'm dope enough in a hoodie, right? If I'm dope enough on this stage, I'm dope enough on that stage. So it was really about just being me. And I figured if I felt that way, then other people probably feel that way as well, right? And we deal with so much of being, we face that thing called Impostor Syndrome. You ever felt like, okay, I know this is what I'm called to do, but for whatever reason, you feel like maybe you start doubting yourself when you see other people do it, right? You start doubting your way, or you're always trying to change something up because someone else just posted that they had this kind of success, right? And we deal with that, but I want this weekend at this summit to help you realize that you are dope enough just like you, just as you are, and you have something special that the world needs to see. And that's what it's going to be. That's what's going to set you up for the success that you want, is really tapping into what makes you dope, not trying to fit into someone else's mold, not trying to live life on someone else's terms, but really doing what it is that you were called to do, the way you were designed to do it, okay? So we're talking about how to master, unapologetically, right? What is Born to Be Dope? Born to Be Dope is something, it was an idea, a concept that came up to me. It was a so long, he said, well, if you're going to be a professional speaker, you got to have on a suit and tie. You got to talk the King's English. You got to, talk the King's English. And I said, you know what? That's not me. If I'm dope enough in a suit and tie, then I'm dope enough in a hoodie, right? If I'm dope enough on this stage, I'm dope enough on that stage. And so it was really about just being me. And I want this weekend at this summit to help you realize that you are dope enough just like you, just as you are, and that's what it's going to be. That's what's going to set you up for the success that you want, is really tapping into what makes you dope, not trying to live life on someone else's terms, but really doing what it is that you were called to do, the way you were designed to do it, okay? So we're talking about how to magnify, and monetize your unique dopeness so that you can have maximum success in life. So those are that's the thesis statement, if you will, for the weekend, how to do that. So and the biggest thing we want to do is this is a hip hop meets personal development experience, right? So that was my biggest thing, was like, what really speaks to me? What makes me tick? What's been in my life the longest? And it's been hip hop. You know, we grew up in here. I grew up in hip hop. I've kind of watched the whole culture grow, and that's always been the thing. Like, how can we bring that part of who we are to the world? And, you know, they already consuming it in every kind of way they want. You can't even turn on the commercial right now without hearing a rap song in it. But what else is it that makes it special? And how do we take that from not just the commercial side, but how do we take that culture, that fabric that's in our DNA, and bring that to the world in a way that's going to help us all grow? So that's what this is all about. We are ready to rock and roll. So if you're ready, say yes. I know I can't hear you all, so I don't know why I said that. But just type yes in the chat. If you're watching, depending on where you're watching, just holler at us. If you're in a Facebook group, make sure you're commenting. If you're not in the Facebook group, again, join that at borntobedopegroup.com. So are you ready? Let's jump into it. I want to bring on our first guest. When I say this is a gentleman who I'm gonna bring him on the camera first. Let me go ahead and bring him on so y'all can see who we're talking about. There he is. There he is. So when I tell you this gentleman is somebody who means a lot to me, because he was the first one to put me on a major radio station, right? When I had a book came out back in 2008, I was like, hey, I'm going to call 92Q. They were the biggest radio show in Baltimore, biggest station, and it put me on. So, and Mark has been a friend since then. He's always answered my calls, my messages. Just watching his career has been phenomenal. So we have Mr. Mark Clark on the Born to Be Dope. He's part of the film as well, but he's here today. So Mark, welcome to Born to Be Dope, and congrats on being our first presenter today.
Thank you, my brother. It's a blessing to be here, man.
I love that.
You got me hyped up. You got me hyped up, man.
Hey, you get me hyped. I should have got that sound effect for myself. But yes, indeed. Mark Clark. I want to introduce. One thing I did forget. If you registered for the event, you got a magazine, the Tap In magazine. I got to thank our sponsors. Sorry, Mark. I forgot to.
Oh yeah, get the sponsor. Get the sponsor.
Got to get the sponsors. So, if you register for the event, you got the link to download the Tap In magazine, which features all the speakers from Born to Be Dope and all their bios. So make sure that you register, because you want to get that email so that you can get the download. So I say that because you're going to get, it's a beautiful magazine, executive published by Tandra Price. So they are one of our media sponsors for this event. Download that, because I'm not going to sit here and read everyone's bios, okay? I'm going to tell you a little bit about them, but I'm not going to read all the bios. You want to come in and hear what they really got to say, so that's going to get into that. So you can read those and really get that beautiful magazine as well. Shout out to Exposure Network TV, Tam Lawrence, as we are building our platform on that network as well, the DMV channel. So we're excited about that. Another one of our sponsors. And Easy Sales Hub is another sponsor. Just want to shout them out as well. So thank you. Sorry about that, Mark. All right. That was on my time. We're a little early, so we didn't get in your time yet. So, but I got to get that because they're sponsors. So you understand that. So Mark Clark, man, let's you have been in radio for approaching 3 decades. You have now started to dip your toe. I'm not gonna say dip your toe, because you put your whole foot in to this TV thing. I know you done caught that bug. So I want you to go ahead and tell the world who Mark Clark is, kind of introduce him to your journey and what it is that you're doing now. And I'll ask you some more questions as soon as you finish that.
So first of all, Ryan, it's a blessing, a pleasure to be associated with this super dope project. When you interviewed me, man, and I saw you just putting it together. Again, I've been on following your journey too. And it's a grind, it's passion, it's love, but I'm just so impressed, man, because everything you do it in a quality way. Again, looking at how this is done and the film, man, super quality, even though you're new to the game, and I love that. And that's a great attribute to have, that whatever you do it in a quality way, because you're doing it that way. You're already ahead of most of the game, because we've seen some first-time projects. We've seen some people I've been a part of, and it did not look like your project. So congratulations, Ryan.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
So yeah, I am. I've been in, as you said, I've been in radio for media for over 30 years. I'm from Springfield, Illinois, small town America. I wanted to do media. I wanted to do radio. I wanted to do television, and that's what I did. You know, I started off in Huntsville, Alabama. Then I went to Charleston, South Carolina. Then I went to St. Louis, Missouri. Then I went to Baltimore, Washington, D.C., New York. And like you said, after those years in radio, last year, I got an opportunity to do television, daytime television every day. And again, now I am actually, there's a couple opportunities. It's so funny, Ryan, how life works. You talked about the power of hip hop. And so on one situation I'm up for, it's a hip hop situation. It's like a throwback situation, hip hop situation. And somebody said to me, you ain't no hip hop brother. I say brother instead of what he said. And it was funny because what I thought about, Ryan, was like you said, I said, wait a minute, you met me at 92Q in Baltimore. What are you talking about? He said, yeah, but the word on the street was you wasn't a da-da-da. And the funny part is, I said, well, if I'm not that, what I am is I am a master communicator. I am a storyteller. I'm a beast behind the microphone. You know, I'm dope, right? I thought about you, I'm dope. And you have, number one, I'm not the kind of person that really rolls like that, but he hit me. He's from New York, of course. So he hit me with that energy, that hip hop energy, Ryan. So I had to give the energy back, right? Gotcha. And there's nothing wrong with that. And there's nothing wrong with believing and understanding who you are. And I have to admit, it took me a while to get there as far as to ever say that out loud. I'm not the kind of person who would just say that out loud. But it's true. I mean, I've been doing this for 30 years. I have mastered it. I love it. And as I was listening to your intro, I realized who I really am, Ryan. Who I am a fan of human success stories. And so that's why I think my interviews are great, because I genuinely care and I want to hear. If you tell me you're a ditch digger, I want to hear your story. I want you to tell me why you're such a great ditch digger. Why do you love it so much? Do you love it? Do you hate it? And so that, I think, really makes me a good interviewer, because I really genuinely care and I want people to win. And I want, and somebody who has won. I mean, I have this beautiful family. I've had this amazing career, these beautiful kids. I want to let everybody know that it starts with you, and you deserve, and you are. You can have everything you want. You just have to start believing that. And then don't let what you see in front of you right now, me too right now, financial stress and strain, problems. Don't let what's in front of you right now make you believe that you're not on the path. Because in my experience, right when you feel like you're near the end, that's when the breakthrough happens. That's when the big jump offs happen. As I mentioned to you, I'm up for these two amazing opportunities. One is the hip hop thing, Ryan. The other is the TV thing on a national level as a TV news guy, which you saw me do, basically just as I'm a beginner in that space. So it's interesting how both situations will be amazing. So I'm excited about both.
Awesome, man. And we're going to claim them both. And you're going to be able to decide which direction you
there
want
we go.
to go
there
in,
we go.
Man. So that is so awesome. Now I want to talk to you about the Reinventing Mark Clark, because and I know you're not bashful about your weight loss journey. And I think that because you're not bashful, and because that's what we talk about, being unapologetically great at being you're unapologetic, people gravitate to that. They're looking for somebody else who can go out there and just be that spokesperson and say, oh, I can follow him. So you have been on this journey. Look great, man. Talk to us about why Reinventing Mark Clark became a thing, and then what it's done for you, not just professionally, but especially for you, like inside Mark Clark.
I think, Ryan, what it really did, it made me help me see myself better. And it confirmed, as my father-in-law used to always say, there's no bad, everything's a lesson, right? And so right after me and Allison were released from our radio gig at WHUR, I was probably at my heaviest. I'm not the kind of person that gets down, but I was disappointed, because I was disappointed with, I knew this, I knew the station, I knew the people. I think my feelings were hurt, right? And so I decided to do something to keep the ball rolling. I was unemployed and I was at my heaviest. So I got on the treadmill and started this Reinventing Mark Clark thing, started this journey. I made a video that kind of expressed my frustration. Yeah, I can go to Reinventing Mark Clark on YouTube and see the beginning of the journey. At that point, I was at 372 to 375. I was disappointed. I started getting on the treadmill every day. And, I did a group called Reinventing on Facebook, and it went from 1 to like now, on YouTube was over 1,000. But it basically was, I got on the treadmill with a message every day, just like a positive message. And I did that for a couple months, and then I got the weight loss surgery. I got the sleeve in April. At that point I was like 365, and so today I'm like 362. And so I lost the weight, and then how the universe, how God works, Ryan. In addition to losing the weight, I went from unemployed to landing on a TV station.
You said 362. You're down to 262.
262, right?
Yeah,
right.
You said, let's give you your credit, bro. I was like, you said you're down to 262.
Give my pounds. I'm sorry. Let me give
right.
myself my pounds. And so, I'm at 262. And so you're over 100 pounds from the surgery, a little bit more from the beginning of the journey. I landed on television, right? So I went from being unemployed, a radio guy unemployed, to being on TV. And when I said television, the funny part was it wasn't I did a segment, right? I did every weekday morning from 10 to 11. I was a co-host of Great Day Washington. So I went from 0 to 100. All those skills that I learned all my life came into play because in a sense, I was a beginner on television, but I was a seasoned vet in front of the microphone, but not in front of the camera. And so that also goes to say, a lot of times when you're grinding it out, when you're working, you don't feel like, why am I doing this? Why, why, God? Well, you don't know what the plan is. Imagine, imagine if I didn't have those skill sets and that success to lean on when I had my difficult times. And I did have difficult times, but so that also, Ryan, it made me see myself. So right now I see myself differently because number one, I think a lot of times you don't really see yourself, especially guys. I think guys, we might suffer from an inflated situation when it comes physically versus women. So in other words, at 375, you couldn't tell me I wasn't cute. I mean, I was fly, but no, Mark, you weren't as fly as you thought you were, right? I think women suffer the other way. Sometimes they can be fly, but they don't see that. So it made me see myself for who I am. And what I want to do now, Ryan, is just live the healthiest life I can do. Live the healthiest life I can live, because I was in the gym, I was working out. I was never a person who wasn't active or working out. I didn't really realize how dangerous of a space I was in. Approaching 400 pounds, as you get into your 50s, that's just not going to be a healthy space for you. And so I see myself better now.
Right. Awesome, man. You talk about just the work that you put in and wonder is anybody seeing you, because that's the thing, right? When you couldn't have gotten that call to be on TV had you not been doing the work beforehand, had you not been doing the grind beforehand. So there's people who are watching right now who are out there that have been doing the work. I've been doing the work, right? So like this is Born to Be Dope is my 12th project. So all 11 before that were books. And it's really, this is the first one that has taken off like this has taken off. So trust me, man, when you talk about putting in that work and not feeling like anybody is noticing or seeing it, and that frustration, especially when you got to go home and look at your wife and say, hey, yeah, we didn't get what we thought we were going to get out of this one. Talk to people who are watching about, that space of how you were able to just keep going when you felt like you should probably give up, when you felt like your work was in vain.
Oh, it's definitely. So first of all, shout out to entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs have this thing, man. They have that drive. They have that thing that the 9-to-5er does not understand. I'm a aspiring entrepreneur. I'm in the space, but I haven't mastered it, because you're absolutely right, Ryan. You have been in that space. You're out there grinding. At the end of the day, even when you have quote unquote success, hey, great, man, Born to Be Dope just made $500,000. Okay, now it's a year and a half later, and Ryan's still like, okay, what am I going to do now? And see, that's the part that entrepreneurs understand, and their spouse has to understand, is that it's every day. It's what have you done for me lately? And so it's about, in those spaces, you have to do, first of all, you got to work. Okay, you got to work, you got to grind. You have to surround yourself with people who understand it. Surround yourself with a network. If you if you are the kind of person that is an entrepreneur or just has not hit where they want to hit and they've tried it many times, it's crucial that you do not have people around you who don't understand it and who are going to be negative, naysayers, because that can kill your spirit right there. I've just discovered this, Ryan. So as I'm in the space now where I don't have a 9 to 5, and I am in that, like you say, hey, got a check for $1,500. Okay, paid the house, paid the insurance. I got $2. you know, when you surround yourself with other entrepreneurs, though, you can say, hey, Ryan, hey, man, give me $5, man. I'll get you back when I can, or whatever. You know, there's a conversation, there's an understanding. It doesn't even have to be said. When your boy or your sister says, are you good, in that space, they know what it means. Now, other people, I told you should have worked at the post office. My aunt used to always say, baby, they're hiring at the post office. Okay, I know. But, you know, I told you sit above. I don't need to hear I told you at this point. I need to eat some encouragement or don't say nothing. And so if you're in that space, just keep grinding. Look at the people that surround you. And also make sure you are asking whatever you believe in for what you want every day. Because I had to learn that too, Ryan. I wasn't the biggest prayer. I wasn't asking. It's what they say, you have not because you ask not. Some of us don't understand the power of bringing it, the power of the mind, the universe, God, Allah. We don't understand the power. Can I tell a real quick story, Ryan?
Absolutely. We got time to go.
This made me, my friend just did a book about the laws of attraction that I'm very familiar with, but I thought about my uncle, Ryan, and I'm using this when I do my keynote. Y'all see this on the keynote. It's going to cost more money. But this story right here made me just look at life differently, Ryan. And I've known this story my whole life, but I wasn't looking at it the same way. If my late uncle Will was in a terrible car accident that ended up in, the car went into flames. The gentleman he was with, he was 18 years old. The gentleman he was with, they were older. He got thrown away. He got thrown out of the car, but he went back to save them. They pulled him in. So they all perished except him. He had burns on 75% of his body, right? And so he lived a full life. He lived into his 70s, and he used to live at assisted living. And you know, those places, they have a limit on how much income you can have, right? And so my Uncle Will was the guy. We all have relatives like this. They play the numbers, they play whatever, but they win all the time. Ryan, he won so much every year, he had to stop playing every year because he would make too much and be kicked out. And so, I say, Uncle Will, how's it going? He said, man, I had to stop playing, man. I make too much, right? And so what hit me, Ryan, was what did Uncle Will do that we do different than that we don't do? What do those people do that we don't do? Probably. What he does was, Uncle Will, when he played that game, he didn't say, I hope I win. He was like, I know I'm going to win. I know I'm going to win so much that every year he won so much, he had to stop winning. And so, Ryan, it made me look at, when we're in those situations where we're hoping for something, I hope this works. I hope I get this job. No, I know. Don't hope, no. And I know it sounds far-fetched. It doesn't sound believable. But when you think about it, back to Uncle Will, so how did he win then? What secret code did he have? I know that if I ask him that question, he would say, because he's from Chicago, man, I know I'm going to win every time I play. And so that's how we have to look at life. And I know that's a lot. And that's what the laws of attraction is really about. And I think one of the things we have to kind of deal with is just think a lot of us are indoctrinated in church we start from you ain't nothing but a sinner. We might have to switch that around. You know what I mean? Because it's hard to come from, if you believe you ain't nothing but a sinner, what about I ain't nothing but a winner? Wait a minute, Ryan. Write that down.
Who said you ain't hip-hop? Bars.
Write it down.
That's right. Good stuff. That's so powerful, man, because just like you said, we've got to believe it. And that's when you walk in it hoping to or trying, you're not supposed to say you want to try. No, you can't try. You got to go and do it, man. And so I appreciate that. Mark, man, you have kicked us off just how I was hoping you would. So I want to thank you again, man, for being here. You like Mark Clark. You can see more of him in the Born to Be Dope film on Sunday. So make sure you go ahead and get your VIP pass or buy the ticket so you can see that on Sunday. I'm going to keep saying that. So, but Mark,
yes.
Before we go, man, go ahead and tell people how they can follow you, connect with you, and keep in touch with what's going on with Mark Clark.
Definitely. Please follow me. You can check out my show every morning at 10 a.m. It's on YouTube, Reinventing Mark Clark, the Reinventing Mark Clark channel. On Instagram, it's the Mark Clark Show, the Mark Clark Show. And then on Twitter, it's Mark Clark. And of course, you can go to my website, reinventingmarkclark.com or markclarkmedia.com. Again, have a blessed day. Remember, don't look at what's in front of you. What's in front of you, Ryan? When I said those opportunities, I was unemployed. I don't say unemployed. I have my own company, but you know what I'm saying. And out of nowhere, same week, Ryan, boom, one call about hip hop project, one call about TV opportunity. It happened. When I said to God I said, I know something's about to happen, God. Just let me know when. And then fell out of the sky. So that's how it works. Go get it. Ryan, this is amazing. I'm so proud of you, brother. I love you, man. Keep up the great work.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, Mark. Thank you. All right. Man, that was just one. That was just the first speaker. That was just the first person. We are, I mean, it's ready to rock. You see me multitasking. So I've got a lot of the stuff. Make sure people hit me up, make sure they tell me something not working. So we multitasking. But we're going to keep it moving because this next presenter, we got to make sure that let me get her set up, right? So we got to make sure that we bring her on because Dr. Ashley Dash is joining us all the way from Japan, where it is after midnight, or I don't know what time we start. It's probably close to midnight at least, right? Oh, I gotta unmute you. Sorry about that. Go ahead. What time is it over there?
It is past midnight. It's 12:31 a.m. currently in Hamamatsu, Japan.
Hamamatsu, Japan. So we want to get her in so she can go ahead and take a quick nap so she can continue being dope in her morning. But listen, Dr. Ashley, thank you for joining us. I'm going to turn it over to you in a second, but I am excited about having you because we had you as part of another project, and I saw just who you were, what you were doing. I was like, I've got to get Dr. Ashley back, have her share with another audience on what she does and who she is. So before I turn it over to you, just tell us about who you are, and you talk about how to get a career that you love, a six-figure career. So talk to us about how this became your thing, and then we'll go into a little bit more after that.
Definitely. So first of all, thank you for the opportunity. It's always a pleasure. I love my Black men. We'll touch on that in a little bit. But hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Ashley Dash. I always say your favorite career branding expert. And yes, I am very excited and very determined that all business professionals, right, that choose, right, I like to say this word, that intentionally choose to work in corporate America and work a traditional 9 to 5, make six figures, because I know it's important, right? I just feel so strongly that that's the beginning of freedom for many people, where you don't have to worry about bills and you can create a life that you actually want. You're not trying to pay, they say rob Peter to pay Paul. And the reason I'm so passionate about this is because I used to be unemployed, right? I have been unemployed a number of times in my career as an HR professional, which is kind of an oxymoron if you think about it. But it was very embarrassing for me to be unemployed, to share this information with family, with friends. I was disappointed. I was frustrated. I was embarrassed. I had all of these negative emotions. And I realized, having done it, to be honest, twice, I've had like two major different spaces of unemployment, that I'm not the only person that feels this way. Like, normally these are private conversations that people are having in secret. People come to me in tears, right? Because they lost their job or they're getting ready to. And it was through that space where I said, okay, I have to, work through some things. I need to talk about it publicly. This can't be a secret. There's nothing wrong with you as an individual because you're in this particular space in corporate America. But what I also saw were people losing their jobs and then traveling around the world. And I'm like, how are they doing this? Because they weren't worried about working. And the interesting thing was, they made so much money that when they lost their job, it wasn't a big deal. They had money saved, they had staff, they had emergency funds, they had travel funds. So it wasn't a big deal for them. There wasn't a rush to go get another position because they didn't need to. And when I started seeing these things, I was like, how do I do that? I want to be like that, where I don't have to worry about a job or worry about a career in terms of moving around and being being at the wheel, not being in control of my life. To be honest, that's really what it is. Not being in control.
Yeah, awesome. And you did that because you didn't just find that new life, here. People could have played it safe and said, well, I'm going to try to find it here, or I'm going to move to a different state here. And I mean, when I say here, I mean America. You went literally across the world and found your spot. And I think it just is a testament to not being afraid to not saying you didn't have fear when you did it, but not being afraid to go anyway. I always say courage is not, I didn't make it up, but courage is not the absence of fear, but it's the presence of fear and doing it anyway. But being willing to bet on yourself, and that's what this is all about. Being willing to bet on yourself, trust yourself that you can do anything, anywhere. I think it was I know it was Jay-Z, but I'm gonna mess up his quote, who said, drop me anywhere in the world, and I'll be a millionaire in some amount of time. I don't know what he said, but that's the point. That you were like, hey, put me there, and I'm gonna make it work. So thank you for that. I want to I know you've got 3 things you want to share with us today. So tell us what you're going to share, and then you just go for it. The floor is yours.
Definitely. So I want to talk about the 3 secrets, right, to creating your own dope career breakthrough. Okay. Like, I feel like this is going to be super amazing because people ask me how I did it. I'm about to tell you how I did it.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Let them have it.
All right, guys. So here's the thing. Okay, we're gonna go through 3 topics very quickly, but here's the thing. It's gonna be so actionable and so easy, right, for you to get this information and to move forward with it. Okay. When I talk about career breakthroughs are simply a shift, right, to your next phase, to your next moment, right? It can be a mindset, it can be a monetary place, it can be a geographic location like mine, right? The goal is for all of the people that I talk to, right? All my clients, all my friends, all my family, anyone under the sound of my voice. It's for you to live a life intentionally, right? Most of us fall into careers. We fall into businesses, even if we're entrepreneurs. We're not choosing intentionally to live a particular life or lifestyle. Okay. When you have a career breakthrough, right? It's intentional, right? It's direct, it's strategic. Okay. You're making moves because that's what we want, not because that's what we can get, right? So, the first thing you need to have in terms of having your dope career breakthrough is you have to have clarity. Okay. And clarity is you deciding what you want. Okay. And what that looks like is you taking control. All right. Some people say they're stuck. So many people, the conversation I get all the time is, I'm stuck. Why are you stuck? You don't know what you want. That's why you're stuck. You haven't taken the time, right? 5 or 10 minutes. I'm not even talking about hours. You haven't spent 5 or 10 minutes to determine what's important to you, what's important to your family. What are your values, right? What culture is a good match for who you are as a person, right? I've had amazing jobs that weren't dope for me because I was in constant conflict with the organizational culture, right? Doesn't mean the company is bad, right? Doesn't mean that I'm bad. It just wasn't a match. It's misaligned, right? So whenever I talk to anybody, the first thing I always ask is, what do you want to do? My 3 questions: what do you want to do specifically based on a job title? Like, I'm very specific, right? Where do you want to live, right? And how much money do you want to make, right? If you answer those 3 questions, you'll have the beginning of a very clear vision and plan for your life, right? Now, here's the thing with clarity. Most of us are scared to really be open in this space because we have what I call work hurt. Okay. If you're dope, right, you look like me, or you relate to this topic, okay, you have experienced trauma in the workplace, right? Microaggressions, all right, overlooked for promotions, underpaid, potentially undervalued, micromanaging bosses, crazy coworkers, and I could keep going if I wanted to, but we're going to stop right here, right? And because of these experiences, you have decreased your value, right? You have lost your sense of self. You don't feel authentic. You feel like you're just surviving, right? You can nod your head because I know that it's true. right? I worked inside of HR and outside of HR. I know how this works. Okay. I've experienced it personally. And until you address the work hurt, right, it's going to keep happening. You're going to keep experiencing patterns, right? So there's one person or two people or 15 people, 15,000 people. I know you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's the same experience with a different boss. It's the same experience, but a different company because you haven't addressed the root cause of work hurt because you're not clear about who you are, what you want, and what you bring to the table. So the first thing you need to do to shift in your dope career breakthrough is to have clarity. Now, the second thing we talk about, right, and this is really what most people, my claim to fame, right, how I actually got into the career branding space, is you have to have what I call a profitable resume. Okay. And what that means is that you should have a piece of paper, right? A piece of paper that makes you money, right? Money is currency, is a piece of paper, right? Your diploma is a piece of paper. But rarely does anyone ask to see those pieces of paper. They ask to see your bank statement, right? They don't ask to see the dollars. They actually don't care about your diploma that's hanging on the wall. They just want to verify that it's complete, right? But the one piece of paper that everybody looks at is your resume. And for most people, it's not profitable. People say, what do you mean it's not profitable? If it's not getting what you want, it's not profitable, right? If you can't get a job, right? If you can't get an interview, right? If you can't get a networking opportunity, if you can't get a bank loan, a business loan, if you can't get what you want, it's not working for you, right? That's what a profitable resume is. And that's why I feel so strongly about it because there's been multiple occasions where jobs were written for me based on my resume, right? It was so detailed, right? That even if someone applied for the job, they couldn't because it was my job. It was created for me based on my profitable resume. When I moved to Japan, right? I didn't know what the competition was like. I didn't care. Okay. All I was concerned about is listen, this is who I am, and this is what I bring to the table. Right. And I was able to articulate that in person, but before they ever spoke to me, they had to see the profitable resume. And many of my folks told me, hey, when we saw your resume, we knew we wanted to hire you. Now they didn't tell me that until like after, right?
Right,
Months
right.
after, right? And it's so powerful. And the reason why it's important is because it's part of your third step for your breakthrough, and that is your plan. All right. You have clarity. You address your work hurt, right? That all goes together. You create a profitable resume that changes your life, right? We think of it as a piece of paper, but it really is your lifestyle, right? It's really the next step for what you're doing in the future. And then you create an action plan. How are you going to make it work, right? You don't apply to every position once you have your profitable resume, once you have your clarity. You have to create an action plan based on what you want, right? And that's so important in terms of having the three secrets to your career breakthrough and to make sure that it's super dope, of course.
Dr. Ashley, man, I knew you were going to bring it. And that's why I wanted to hear, when you talk about that, I want to ask about that profitable resume because I think, when you talk about that work hurt, man, we can do a whole conference on work hurt alone. But, but when you talk about the profitable resume, because I know how annoying it is when you're seeking employment to have to constantly do your resume is this right? How much do I promote myself? How much do I, am I doing too much? So talk to us about maybe one or two things that makes a resume a profitable resume.
So a profitable resume is detailed, right? A lot of this information because resumes are online, so everything is online. If you can copy and paste something off my resume onto yours, something's wrong. It's not profitable, right?
Okay.
It should stand out, right? It should be so unique that I want to talk to him. I want to talk to her, right? It should make people excited. People are excited to talk to me. People are excited to connect with me, right? Because of my resume, because of these amazing experiences. So details, numbers, that is the one of the easiest ways, right, to make sure that your resume is profitable.
Awesome. Listen, you did that, and you were right on schedule too. So, so thank
I
you.
do what I can. I do what I
Hey,
can.
that's what makes you dope. So, Tell those who are watching how they can follow Dr. Ashley, your Black Man Monday, and anything else you want to share before we bid you good night.
No problem. So, of course, you guys can connect with me on all the social media channels, Dr. Ashley Dash, DSDASH. But I always have goodies, and I think it's super important that you guys have actionable steps. The information is good, but tools, resources, templates, that's kind of how I roll, and practical application. So, for those of you who need this information and want to share, if you go to bit.ly, that's bit.ly/career branding toolkit, right? That's all lowercase. A lot of the tools and resources that I mentioned about a profitable resume, lessons around how to land your virtual, how to land a job overseas, virtual working. I have put together a toolkit. It's all free for you to get access to this information, right? Because it doesn't matter if you have clarity. It doesn't matter if you have a profitable resume if you're not putting it into action, right? You have a plan to make it work. So I would love to connect with you, of course. Just find me on Dr. Ashley Dash channels. And one more quick thing is I am the founder of National Black Men Day, right? I talk to a lot of clients that are Black men in corporate America in their careers, and we talk about that. So if you're a Black man specifically, I got you. We're going to make sure you dope, and you're going to have a dope salary to match, okay? Awesome. Ryan, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ashley, for joining us, and thank you just for all that you do. All right. Talk to you soon. All right, man. We are rocking and rolling. So we are going to keep it moving because the next presentation we have coming up for you is a young lady out of Atlanta, Georgia, by way of Orlando, by way of New York City, actually New Jersey. But this phenomenal woman is someone, how you meet some people and you're just like, you know what, I'm glad that we are in the same circle. So shout out to a mutual friend who introduced us. And then now we are able to work together and do some phenomenal things. So I want to bring on Dr. Kim Mcnair, who is going to share her story with you. And then we'll be right back. We're keeping it moving. This is Born to be Dope. We'll be right back after Dr. Kim Mcnair.
Hello, everyone. How you doing? It's Dr. Kim Mcnair, better known as your woman on the move. I am so excited to be here at this conference. Oh my God, this is truly amazing. Born to be dope. That's me. I'm a part of the posse, y'all. Well, let me just tell you a little bit about me, give you a little bit of my backstory. I am the CEO of KMP, Kim Mcnair Productions. We are celebrating 30 years this year, and that is dope. It is a corporate event planning and marketing firm. We work with corporations, faith-based organizations, nonprofit organizations, and small to mid-sized businesses. And guess what? By our 30 years, we're expanding. We're now going to be getting into the space of doing weddings. How about that? So, hey, you know better, you do better, you grow, and you just give them mo. How about that? I'm also the executive producer of Women on the Move Live TV show. We did 4 seasons right here in Metro Atlanta. We wrapped in 2018, but we're coming back online. So look out for that. I'm really excited about bringing that back to you. And I'm also the producer of the Women on the Move Summit, and we're doing 9 years this year. I'm also the founder of BWEP, Business Women Empowerment Project. It is a nonprofit organization for women in business to help them connect to resources to grow their business, their brands, and themselves. So if you're a woman who are in business, about business, and ready to do business, then you want to check out and see all that what BWEP is doing. And we have a leadership academy for high school girls ages 14 to 18. So that's me. Those are my brands. That's what I do. And they say, hey, Kim, you do it well, and that's why you're dope. So I'm glad to be dope. I'm glad to be here and to be kicking it with you today. This conference, as I said, is going to be amazing. I'm really hyped and excited because it's always a great feeling to be able to share and encourage others, all right, to encourage themselves and to encourage someone else within their space, because we have to do this together. They say if you're trying to go fast, go by yourself. But if you're trying to go far, you need a team. You don't want to go alone. So that's what I'm all about, collaboration. How about that? So let me just kind of break it down for you, because I really want to leave you with some inspiring things about being dope and about what you're doing and how you're expanding your brand, your business, or even yourself. See, I'm a planner. So as an event planner, we're looking at the calendar, the whiteboard, we're looking at what the next event is, and it's always about what lies ahead. What lies ahead? We're looking forward. We're dealing with a pandemic. We've done 2 years, in the pandemic, and now we're in the 3rd year of uncertainty. We are not sure if we're going to get sick, if our loved one's going to get sick, if we're going to be here, they're not going to be here. Tragedy is happening all around us. It's everywhere. It's on the left side. It's on the right side. It's above us. It's beneath us. It's all around. But really, what lies ahead? It's important that we stay focused. It's important that we stay positive in what we are doing. And to do that, you have to have faith and perseverance. As an entrepreneur, as a small business owner, what got me where I am today, when I said I've been around for 30 years, it has been faith and perseverance, trusting and believing the process, trusting and believing in what it is that I'm doing, and then pressing through. Because you're going to have those peaks and those valley moments. There's going to be times you're going to hit the floor and it's going to be like, oh my goodness. But the best thing you can do is get up. That's right. The best thing you can do is get up, brush that thing off, and keep it moving, pressing through and persevering. Nobody ever said it was going to be easy. And we hear the talks all the time. Oh, in order to succeed, you must fail. Okay, you're going to get knocked down, but it's the get up part. Let's talk about getting up. Let's talk about getting to the top. Let's talk about where we're going to go and what we're going to do when we get to that peak moment. Are we just going to sit there and be saying, yeah, we made it. I made it. I'm here. Or are you going to get up there and say, okay, what's next? What am I going to do now? What I say when I am in those peak moments, I said, okay, I'm growing. Now I'm going on to the next one. And I'm growing and I'm going on to the next one. That's right. We have to understand that it's not about just getting all this done and reaching the top. But what about reaching one, teaching one, and bringing one? See, you need to talk about legacy. Those who are behind us, reaching back and bringing them up, teaching them what you know so they can continue to go on and on and on and on. If you're a selfish person, it's all about you and what you got and what you're going to do, it's not going to work. You need to work on how you're going to move forward in what you're doing, how you're going to train the next one, how are you going to make sure that when you're gone, if and whenever that time is, they're going to say, this started with this person, this started here. They put this foundation together so that you can grow and learn and go. See, you got to go through to get to. And that's what we're doing. That's what makes me dope. I'm going through to get to. And I'm not trying to get there by myself. I want to take you, and you along with me. So let's dive in some more. Oh, this is good. I'm loving this. Oh, gosh. All right. So we're talking about dope, right? D-O-P-E. Dope. I think the D is doing it afraid. You got to do it afraid. You got to do it like never before. That's that faith in you. You got to do it afraid. You got to be scared to step out. You got to be scared to walk away. You got to be scared to just say, okay, I got it. Not knowing that if you can do it, not knowing if you have all the resources, but you're going to say, I'm going to do it afraid. That's dope. The other thing, that O in dope, is being an overcomer. You got to be an overcomer. You got to be able to jump over those obstacles, and you got to do an outstanding job while you're doing it. That's right. That's dope. That's dope right there. Oh, yes. And then the P. Well, the P can be a lot of things. I say the P is for persistence. I see it's for that perseverance. And I say it's about that superpower. That's right. That superpower that you have within you. Because you know, when you're getting like into it and things is happening, things is getting all around and you're trying to get this done, you're trying to get that done, that superpower just sits up and just jumps right on in you. And here you go. Oh, I got that superpower. Yeah, yes, that's dope. But then you got that E. Once it's all done and you've done it and it's successful and you've done it, at least you completed that goal. You've gotten to that next level. You've gotten that check mark on the board. You got that E. What you going to do? Enjoy the win. That's right. You got to enjoy the win. You have to enjoy it. See, that's one thing we do wrong. We're doing things. We're here. We're checking off. We're going here. We're going to and fro, as they say. And we never take time to enjoy the wins. Take time to enjoy. Get you a glass of wine if that's what you do. Get you a cup of coffee. Do whatever it is you need to do. Take a trip. Take a weekend. Take a day off and say, hey, I'm going to enjoy the win because I am doing it afraid. I'm overcoming all those obstacles. I am using my superpower and I'm going to enjoy it. And that's what makes me dope. Look, this is great. I'm telling you, this is awesome. So look, I'm talking to you guys off the cuff. How about that? I don't have no script. I'm just sitting here just telling you what's in me. I'm sharing with you. All this energy is what you get every time that you walk in the room. If you're a part of a production or a piece or something that I'm doing, you're going to get this energy because I truly love what I do. I truly love to be able to help people create, collaborate, and connect. They call me the connector. There's power in the connection. I'm telling you. Now, you know, I got a little spiritual side to me. No, I got a lot of spiritual side to me. And I always tell people that power and the connection, you know, those 3 prongs that you have on the plug, when you go to plug it in, that's the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. So once I'm plugged in, I'm plugged into the superpower and I can get it all done. How about that? How about that? That's right. That's why they say, Kim, you're a woman on the move. Yes, because I am in the places I need to be. Now, I take time to make sure that I map out where I'm going because like I told you, I'm a planner and all plans don't always pan out. So you have to be able to bounce back from that. You got to be able to pivot. You have to be able to know when you get to that detour in the road, you're looking, should I go left or should I go right? You need to be able to evaluate that so that you can move forward and make the right decision. And if by chance you make the wrong decision, it's okay. Because you know what? When you know better, you do better. And I know the next time you come up against an obstacle, you're going to shift that thing and you're going to get it right. See, and you'll be able to enjoy those wins. Dope. That's what I said. That's dope. Wow. So again, guys, I'm not going to keep you long. I just wanted to make sure I left you with a few points, and that's what lies ahead is what you have within you. It's all in the mindset. So what lies ahead are great and wonderful things for you, your family, and your business, okay? Because if you ain't right, the family ain't right, the business going to be pop. It's going to be nothing. But if you right and you got your family straight, the business is going to thrive because, see, you don't have nothing to look at, nothing to worry about. But when you go in that door, when you go into that room, if you have a home business, if you go into the office, wherever it is you need to go to, as long as you're together, they're together, everything comes together. That's right. So what lies ahead? When you think about things, what lies ahead? You're thinking about all the dope and amazing things that what lies ahead. You want to have faith and perseverance, that faith, that trust and belief in yourself that you can get it done, and you will. You got it. And that DOPE, doing it afraid, overcoming the obstacles, being persistent, pulling out that superpower, and enjoying the wins. I'm Dr. Kim Mcnair, your woman on the move. I loved it. I'll see you real soon. All right, Ryan, I'm great. This time to move on. Who's next? Who's going to be dope? Hello, everyone. How you doing? It's Dr. Kim
McNair. Man, Dr. Kim McNair. Let me turn that off. There we go. All right. That was phenomenal, right? So I'll tell you, she's a phenomenal woman, a dope woman, somebody you definitely want to know, move her and shake her in the Atlanta area. So if you're doing any kind of event in Atlanta, you're trying to do a fundraiser, just build your brand, anything like that, you want to make sure you are going to through Dr. Kim McNair. So, but let's keep, I told you, we are full steam ahead. We are going to keep it moving. When I get important people on the summit, we got to keep it moving. I don't want to waste nobody's time. So I want to make sure if they say yes, then we are ready to roll. So I am excited about this next guest. You can see him on the screen now. Tayel Hayes. Listen, I'll be full disclosure. We went to college together, and it's just amazing when you see 5 years after we out of school. We're gonna say it's 5 years, right? No, but when you're out of school, when you're in school, you never know. You know everybody's dream, but you never know where they're gonna end up, right? So to know friends now at this age and say, Tayel Hayes is the Senior Vice President of Brand Strategy and Marketing. I get the whole title right?
Yeah, yes, you did.
All right, great. Of BET. Yes, that BET. Viacom, a company of Viacom. So y'all better stop talking bad about BET. because they got some people in there who are doing some great things now. If you remember my post about him when the BET Awards happened, I showed you the screenshot of him in the audience. So we're excited to have Tyel. Tyel was also featured in our Born to Be Dope film. So Tyel, I want to thank you for joining us today. I want to thank you for just taking time out to be here. I wanted to bring you to the audience because when we talk about being dope, we talk about, and I'm going to talk to people who are out there trying to create, people who are trying to, whose dream may be to get their movie on BET, get a show on BET or any kind of network, but just they're trying to step it up into the mainstream media. So, and I'm going to give you the floor in a second, but I just kind of want to ask this question first. If you can kind of touch on or kind of give something of, from the professional standpoint, what are people, I won't say what's the industry looking for, but what should those who are creators or entrepreneurs in this media space, how should they be moving forward with their stuff to make sure that people like yourself are going to, it's going to resonate with you all?
Well, first, thank you for having me here. I think this is such an unbelievable session. I've been so honored to be a part of it because a part of my own journey is just the reflection of it. And I think having the filming with you was so cathartic for even me to just listen and talk about my own journey and take a pause because we're all running, right? And it's good to sometimes stop and say, oh yeah, some stuff has happened, and I want to just sit in that for a second. So I'm immensely honored to be here. In terms of getting your content out, I always tell people it's a few things. One is it's a hustle, and it's a grind, it's a network. It is. I jokingly say there's a franchise out there that people may love, and right now there's no shortage of shows about single Black women moving and shaking around the city. Name the city: Atlanta, Harlem, LA. There's a gazillion shows out there. So if you imagine there are 10 shows on television now about that concept, imagine how many are in development. So when you think about that, it means, for me, what I always tell people is you have to find breakthrough. Find something that makes your piece of art break through in a way that's meaningful, that can connect back to a broader audience. And then you got to really hit the streets and hustle with it. I also tell people, calibrate how beautiful and wonderful you believe your piece is versus what the world thinks it is. What does that mean? That means that I think that my child, I have 2 children, I think they are the smartest, they are the best children on the planet, right? I believe that my children are the best children on the planet. I have to calibrate that the world may or may not see it that way. And just being really thoughtful of kind of where it sits. The last thing I will say is we have been so denied from the inner workings of the industry for so long, categorically as a people, that we don't always know how many steps it actually takes. So my other point there is you got to partner. You got to find people who actually know the insides and can give you advice. I'm going to end on this. I give a lot of advice to people who say, I got an idea, I want to get it in front. And I start giving them advice on, we see pitches. Here's what we look for in pitches. I would say 9.5 out of 10 times, they never come back with any of the feedback that I gave them. And I said, well, great. If you don't pick the feedback and you don't want to improve it, cool. That's good luck. Good luck. So I always say, if someone keeps giving you the information, giving you the insight, please just take it, morph, adapt, evolve. So ultimately, the piece that is beautiful, the thing that you love the most, the world can also see it that way.
I know we just getting started. Like, we really didn't even get into the deep part yet, but just that little piece about the feedback, that hit me because people tell me, like, when I was doing books, newsflash, I don't help people put together books anymore. But when I was doing books, that was always the biggest thing. People say, I got somebody who want to do a book. I want to talk to this person about the book. And I always tell them, okay, tell them call me. And 9 out of 10 times, they don't call. And I'm like, thanks for letting me know up front that, I don't need to waste my time trying, because I'm not going to pursue you if you're not serious about your own book. And I love what you said with that, is that people, when they get to someone like yourself, you got to understand levels of feedback, right? Like, you're not asking your auntie, what do you think about my project? You're asking someone who is a decision maker with power, telling, hey, this is what, you should do if you were to make this thing happen. So that's just, that resonated with me. I appreciate that. So we want to talk about 3 things. I'll just ask you the questions and let you, and I'll give you the mic for that. You talk about dopeness being in all of us. So I want to, what do you mean when you say dopeness? I agree with that, but I want to hear Tayel tell us.
Yeah. I'm gonna quote a wonderful brand that just launched about 1.5 years ago called Actively Black. And one of the reasons why I love the brand so much, and I'm a consumer of the brand, is they have a simple slogan that's printed on most of their materials, and it says, "Greatness is in your DNA." And I think, and that really resonates with me, because I do believe that dopeness, we all have something really special about us. All the combinations of things that had to happen for you to get here, it's in no way accidental. It's in no way mistaken or misled. It was, your design was intentional, your delivery was intentional. How you apply that, then that's where we often have some gaps. And so for me, my advice on dopeness and my personal journey has been, I have had to go inward to find my own dopeness, because the world often didn't want to give it to me, or didn't want to tell me that I had it. And so the journey for me has been, how do I go inside, tap back into these things that are really special about me, love those things, and then amplify that out for others to actually and share that gift out with others. And once you share it out from such a genuine space of gratitude and thoughtfulness, then people often receive it really well.
Awesome. I love that, and I don't want to spoil our conversation that we had when we did the filming, because I want people to watch the film, and really when you all see Tayel's story, you're going to be moved by it, and so I don't want to, you can share it because your story, I want people to go watch it, but so I know when you
as a trailer, a little tease.
Tease. So I'm like,
you go watch the film now.
right. So I'm like, I definitely feel you on that. So the next thing you talk about is finding purpose. Yeah. And talk to us about that. We talk about being dope. Why is purpose so important to those who are in that pursuit?
Right, and it's a big part of what I do for a living, right? Branding, and at the height of the top of any brand is their purpose, and the purpose is essentially your why. Why are you doing what you do? And as one of the previous speakers spoke, we get often caught in the rut of the what we do, and we grind every day. But when you stop and focus on the why, that why can not only give you motivation for days when you're tired, but that why can also begin to expand you and give you other options to express your dopeness, because the why is not limited to your what. The why can then take you places that maybe you didn't think you could go. You say, oh, I'll use an example. I am very fortunate right now. I'm blessed. I'm actually sitting in a hotel. I was invited to come down, and we sponsored a wealth conference for athletes. And it's a very private, small, curated event with men who have a lot of wealth and their families. And it's about how do they create generational wealth for themselves. And we were here, I'm talking about branding. But I'm also sitting here like, wow, these men are doing it. And I sitting in this space of gratitude, sitting in this space of saying, wow, what is your purpose? We spend a lot of time talking, and they spend a lot of time as a group talking about why they do what they do, right? And so when you push into that why, it allows you to, like Deion Sanders spoke. Deion Sanders talked about his career, but he laddered his career up to the reason why I've been able to move and continue to evolve is because I had a very consistent why. And that why for him was not rooted in self. It was rooted in service. And so when you think about your why, if your why is about service, it's another unlock for you to really be able to receive what's out there for you.
That's awesome. That's deep. And you talk about that service, because you talk about serve with a deep gratitude. I think that I'm gonna ask you to touch on that, because I feel like sometimes people, I don't know if they misconstrue is a word I want to use, but they feel like when they hear the word serve, they feel like they gotta be subservient, submissive, right, lower than. So I want you to kind of talk to us about what service with deep gratitude means to you, and how that looks for those who are watching.
Yeah, for me, service is very much about just gifts and giving, right? Service and giving of my gift to someone else. And that's the ultimate form of expression of our existence, is that I can take what makes me really, really special, and I can use that to advance myself, you, our community, our world, so on and so forth. And so for me, I say serve. The reason why the gratitude part is important is because oftentimes the ego may say, well, the thing I'm doing is for you. No, and it's often it's for yourself. And so being really thoughtful of like, why am I giving? And I share a wonderful quote from a classmate of ours told me once when we were in our 20s. He said, if you give gifts, just give gifts. Don't give gifts and expect something back in return. And so, and you think about your own, what we do for the world, and whether yours is marketing or speaking, so on and so forth, that serving with gratitude is about how do I show up in a space deeply invested in my purpose, connecting that with what you need to get done. And then we leverage our resources to kind of build something together. And those resources might be brain power, it might be feedback, it might be financial, whatever it is, but it's really rooted in the idea that we're doing this so that we can then advance something. Something's getting advanced from it.
Awesome. We've got about 4 minutes left, and I do want to touch on something I think is important because there's somebody who's watching who's going to need this, and they may not see the movie. So you talk about in the film about being a minority and several levels of minority, and navigating your dopeness and finding your dopeness in the midst of that. So in the last few minutes, I would definitely love to give you the platform to kind of share your story, your journey, or what that means to you, how you navigated that, so somebody else watching can know that no matter what, that they're born to be dope as well.
Yeah, and I think I grew up in Virginia, so the Black church is a part of my culture, right? Coming from Virginia, and I remember oftentimes biblical references being about the remnant, and the remnant is, and the way that landed on me as a kid, and the way I tried to turn that into a positive as a young adult, was that in many ways I was always an other. A lot of my existence, I was another. And even though I lived in spaces that looked like me, I was around people like me, I was very othered, right? And so whether that be in this even small stuff, I'll start with small stuff. I'm a Black man living in the South. Excuse me. I'm left-handed, so I'm now 10% of the population there, right? And then as I get older, I start realizing a few things. I'm different. My brain works a little differently than I think most boys, and how Black boys are kind of shown up. I was telling some of the athletes here, I was talking to some of them last night, and I was jokingly saying that I can't throw a ball. Don't ever hand me a ball to throw. Don't do that. However, you put a number in front of me and I will always hit it because I'm so driven and competitive. I'm just as driven as they are. I work hard, I get up, I grind, but I do it in a very different way. And then lastly, coming and realizing that another part of me was my sexual identity and how I exist as a gay man. And the idea that was all the othering that was happening to me all my life, I either could choose to fall victim to it. I could either fall victim to it and feel like, wow, I don't have space. Or I can remember what I learned as a child, and that God also loves the remnant. And there is favor in that. And everybody's here for a reason. And you say, okay, well, how do I now maybe turn this around? And what I started doing was saying, well, how do these other things that make me different, make me special? And how do I then begin to apply them in ways? And so I would just share an example as we end. I'm gonna take it back to Hampton. I learned early on that a lot of people actually don't like service. They don't like to help people. And I realized that I genuinely really want to help people. So I was always the person volunteering for something, signing up, and I started realizing that opened doors for me. That by me going and volunteering at this Boys and Girls Club in Hampton, Virginia, means I got to meet the mayor. And then one time I needed something. And I was like, I need something. And I got it. I had access. And I said, oh, these little things about me that I'm doing naturally because I want to do them. I have created these unlocks. So with that, in my last minute, I will say, that's why I say dopeness lives inside of all of us, because it's never the one thing. It's never just the one. It's about the intersectionality of how you exist, how you were born, going back in, right, and then applying that out. I'll leave you with a yoga principle that I've come to love and I really use as a mantra for how I show up in the world, which is You can only receive what you've been offered, right? And I have you. It is important for all of us to receive the things that we were offered, and that dopeness that's inside of you is there for a reason. But it's our job to go back in and receive it. And many of us actually never did, or were told that we can't go and receive it, and therefore it's dormant. It's not absent, it's just dormant. And so I hope through all that we're learning today that we get a chance to actually speak to and put us on a journey to wake up that dopeness that society may have told you that was wrong, improper, not acceptable, so on and so forth.
Man, thank you so much, Tyel. That's why it was so important I got you on here, because you just dropping them gems, brother. So appreciate you, man. Hopefully I will be making enough money to be one of those workshops real soon. But
you can hire me to come. I'm coming to speak at it. I'll come and speak.
absolutely, man. So thank you so much, man. Thank you for giving us time today, man.
All right,
thank you. Talk to you soon. All right, so man, I'm telling you, when I tell you we got the best of the best, we gonna keep it moving, because this next gentleman, some of you may be familiar, some of you may be introduced for the first time, but I promise you, once you have met him or experienced him, you will never forget. Let me bring on Mr. Shea Brown, the sales guru, the founder of Easy Sales Hub, the comeback champion. So many monikers, so many names, and he lives up to every single one of them. Shea, welcome to the Born to Be Dope Summit. I'm sorry, go ahead. There you go.
Mic check. Can you hear me?
We hear you now. Sorry, that was my fault.
No. Hey, first of all, I know you're going to do your thing, but let me just say hello. Look, Ryan, what you're doing with this whole Born to Be Dope Summit is just super dope. Like, it's super amazing. And all of you out there watching that are tuning in, there's many, many more to go, but I just want to acknowledge you for showing up. Acknowledge you for being here. And Brian, I know you're going to turn it over to me in a minute, but I want to acknowledge you, man, because Born to Be Dope is not just about you. Like, it could be about Ryan just being born to be dope, but no, he's bringing folks together to help us increase our dopeness. Is that a word, Ryan? Can I say
it is a word. I use it all the time.
Okay, good. So we were born to be dope, but what good is it to be born to be dope if you don't go out and do dope things? What good is it to be born to be dope if you don't go out and collaborate with other folks so they can get into their dopeness? And what cool is it? What does it matter to be born to be dope if you don't leave a legacy for the next generation to be more dope than you? And Ryan, turn it over to me now. But that's what you're doing with this summit. You're bringing it together to not only make this world better, not only make, I know, this country better, because there's so much going on. Some of you Republicans, some are Democrats, wear a mask, not wear a mask, go to war, not go to war, inflation, not inflation. But at the end of the day, we're all human beings who want to help other folks do more, have more, and be more. So Ryan, thanks for having me here. I'll turn it back over to you, man. I don't know when you're going to give it to me, but you're amazing. All your guests are amazing. And you watching, you at home, whether you're live or watching recording, follow Ryan, number one. Follow Born to Be Dope Summit, and don't ever miss anything he's doing. Back over to you, Ryan.
I should have had you do the intro and MC this whole thing, brother. I appreciate that, man. There's nothing better than just feeling, the love from someone else, to know that you appreciate it. So I appreciate that, Shea Brown. All right, so listen, I'm going to turn it actually over to you, because you are the sales guru. I want you, and people, we're talking about entrepreneurship. We're talking about just master, magnify, and monetize your dopeness. So I know your lane is the monetize part. So I want to give you time to go and give us a deep dive workshop, our first workshop for the morning, and let you go and talk to the people who are here about how they can go out there and really start to monetize what it is that they're doing. So turn it over to you, Shea.
Once again, Ryan, thank you so much. I certainly appreciate it. And all of you are watching at home, let me just ask this one question. Let me just make this one statement. It might be the most important statement I'm going to make the entire time I'm here. So I want you to jot this down. I ask a question first. How is that? We'll start off with a question, and you and I, through the power of these fiber optic lines, we'll just have a conversation. Is that okay? But imagine for a moment, if you had a choice right now between making more money or having more impact. Like, raise your hand right now if you want to make more money. Like, if you're listening right now, no matter where you are, like, I just want to make more money, Shea. You probably raise your hand. But if you want to have more money or you want to make more impact, raise two hands if you want to make more impact. And here's the question. What if you didn't have to choose? What if you could make more money and have more impact? More money, more impact. Jot that down in your notes. More money, more impact. Here's the point that I want to make before I even get going, but I want you to hear me like you've never listened before. And I want you to watch with new eyes right now, me and you, right now. You tune in. The number one challenge facing entrepreneurs
Check, check. Shay, can you hear me? Okay, looks like we lost sound for a second. Give me 1 second here. We're trying to figure it out, man. I can't hear you, but I can see you. Just 1 second here. Mic check. I don't hear you at all. Don't know how we lost you here. Check, check. All right, hear me. All right. Folks, we are going to figure these technical difficulties out real quick, and we'll come back in 3 minutes.
This is the illest rhyme I ever wrote. Said I was born to be dope. I dream big like my visions were projected on a movie screen. Beachside staring into watercolor blue screen. Muscle with the hustle, turn my dreams into reality. I'm my ancestors' wildest dreams on a balcony. Scribbling notes into the margin.
All right, so batteries go dead, sound goes out, but we are back. So I'm going to jump right back into Shea. We should be good to go. Shea, I'm going to turn it right back over to you. Let me mic check. Nope, I don't hear a thing. I don't hear you, Shea. What is going on? Let's see here. Check, check. All right, check, check. I know I said we were going straight through, no breaks, but we're going to take a quick break so we can figure this thing out. We got to get Shea in here so we get the sound right. And I will be right back as soon as we get this figured out. So go ahead, take your potty break. We'll be right back.
This is the illest rhyme I ever wrote. Said I was born to be dope. I dream big like my visions were projected on a movie screen. Beachside staring into watercolor blue screen. Muscle with the hustle, turn my dreams into reality. I'm my ancestors' wildest dreams on a balcony. Scribbling notes into the margin of my composition. For what's next, match my efforts with my ambition. I failed, took steps back, but kept pushing. Reinventing myself, establishing better footing. Fall down 6 times, but stand up 7, even when nobody else could see the places I was heading. I was driven. I had a vision that made a plan. Put it into practice with the actions of my hands. Put it into practice with my circle and my fam. Had my back before I became a businessman. This is the illest rhyme I ever wrote. Said I was born to be dope. This is the illest rhyme I ever wrote. My footsteps walk a different path. I did the knowledge, then I did the math. Factored in all of my failures, dream killers and negative talk that assails ya. Insecurities they projected onto me, internalizing the fear had me questioning my journey. I did my light, now I was scared to shine till I realized the baggage on my back wasn't mine. Then I made a conscious decision to fail without fear, study the lessons I was given. Facing setbacks is a given, but my setbacks never redefine my mission. Blessed with the village and blessed with ambition. Took in all the wisdom, it informed my intuition. Made a couple U-turns, but I learned transition is a necessary space to see my dreams come to fruition. This is the illest rhyme I ever wrote. Said I was born to be dope. This is the illest rhyme I ever wrote. Said I was born to be.
All right, we are back. Thank you for your patience. Like I said, if it goes wrong, I probably messed it up, and I did. But we are ready. So Shea Brown, I didn't want anyone to miss all this goodness you were giving us. So give me mic check one last time.
Mic check, mic check.
You
I'm
are
in the building.
loud and clear, brother. All right, floor is yours.
Look, here's the good news. You're in the building. Ryan's in the building, and we're all here to be what? Dope. And this is what dope is all about. Let's jump right into it. For all the entrepreneurs out there, type of entrepreneurs we're going to be talking to. We're going to be sharing how to build a 7-figure sales team so you can have more income and more impact. I know for some of you out there, you want to have more meaning in the world, and it's going to take some more money. Someone say money, 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 right? Some of you want to have more impact. That means you got to increase your income. Someone say income, income, income. And I know at the end of the day, some of you just want to make a difference in a dollar at the same time. So how do you do that? Well, jot this one idea down in your notes. Yes, I did say sales. The number one challenge facing entrepreneurs today is lack of sales, which means they don't have the revenue to purchase the resources that are necessary to execute the big vision they have for the people they were called to serve. Now, I said that, and that is so important. But jot this in your notes. This is what I'm going to talk about selling if we can really quickly. Put this in your notes. Selling will solve any business problem you have right now. So if you just want to keep your 9 to 5, it'll solve that problem. If you want to write a check for someone's mortgage and pay your mom or your dad or your brother's mortgage off, selling will solve that problem. If you want to hire the right team, sales will solve any problem. We'll talk about how to build a 7-figure sales team. I'm going to give you the 5 components of a 7-figure sales team. So I'm going to do that, but I want you to have this one idea. You only need one idea to change your life. Put it in your notes. All roads in business, like everything you're doing right now, if you hate sales, all roads in business lead to one place, a professional sales presentation. And we understand that people will pay you today if you solve a problem today. Now, the reason I'm taking some time talking about this selling thing is I hated selling, but I needed it. I hated selling, but I needed to send my kids to college. I hated selling, but I needed good health care insurance. I hated selling, but I want to eat healthy. I want to have a personal trainer at the gym. So I had to learn how to serve. Jot this, 3 words, and I'm done. I'm going to talk about the 5 components of the 7-figure sales team. But I want you to walk away not thinking sales, money, money, money. But I want to give you the secret. My number one philosophy I'm asked wherever I go in the world, the number one philosophy I'm asked is, Shay, what's your number one sales philosophy? And here's what it is. Love what you do so much. You're so passionate about it. You feel bad when someone doesn't like it. Like you feel so bad. Like you wake up in the morning like, come on, I feel bad today because I know I can help someone and I'm not able to do that. So here's the 3 words that will change your life. I was working with a client, they hated sales. Working with a client, they didn't see themselves in sales. Working with a client, they said, sales is not what I like to do, Shay, but I got to do it. And we changed their mindset around these 3 words, and it shifted my mindset as well. Put it in your notes. Selling equals service. Put that in your notes. Selling equals service. Put it in your notes. Selling equals service. Don't worry about trying to convince people, persuade them, make them do anything other than they want to do, but you are there to sell, because selling is about 3 things. I want to change this negative connotation out there. Selling is about education. Can you get up every day and educate someone if there's a problem on the planet? You can do that, right? I had a client, they're a financial planner, they see themselves in sales, they shifted and said, Shay, I got to let everybody know every day that there's a problem. People want to retire. They want to send their kids to college. They want to have the funds to do what they want to do. I said, great. Selling is serving them. We remind them there's a problem. Hopefully, that reminds you there's a problem. You need more revenue right now, right? Secondly, but as you know, selling is about leading. You at least share how you solve that problem. And when you can do that, now you're serving. Selling equals service. Selling equals service. Put that in your notes. Selling equals service. It's about education. It's about leading. And last, selling is about moving people to action. And when you do those 3 things, selling really becomes something of a service you give every single day. And what transformed my life is when I went from trying to chase the money to serving. Not just in your notes. You're taking notes. I'll be taking some really good notes in the time that we have. But it's so important. And here it is. And this has changed me. This one philosophy changed me. And I'm hoping it's going to change you as well as we have this heart-to-heart discussion. There's no notes. This is you and I talking right now. And here it is. This is so, to me, it's so important. Don't chase the money. Listen very carefully. Listen to some of these ears. Don't chase the money. Add value, and the money will chase you. Let me say it again. Don't chase the money. Nobody say, I need money. by yourself. So now let me give you the 5 components of a 7-figure sales team. So you say, you know what, Shay? I know this is success is a team sport. Shay, I know I'm the founder of this company, but I don't want to be the #1 salesperson. Shay, I have a vision, and if someone else can help me bring in revenue, we can serve more people. So let me give you the 5 components of a 7-figure sales team. And I'm going to go and do a deep dive, and I'll make sure that you guys get this and you get the full part of it, and I'll send that to you. But you need 5 components. And as you're listening, you might say, I don't even know what 5 components I need. I'm glad you're here at Born to Be Dope. Number 1, you need a sales rep. Now, even if you think you can't afford a sales rep, I want you to know, sales rep, they work on 100% commission. So every time they sell, you get paid and you pay them a commission. Now, if you're like, Shay, how do I hire someone? Shay, how do I find them? Shay, how do I train them? Don't worry, I'm going to give you this word playbook in a minute, and I'll send you the playbook so you can do that. But I want you to make a decision right now. You will bring on a sales rep at 100% commission that will help you. That's number 1. If you don't have one or you haven't generated enough revenue, that's number 1. Number 2 for your 7-figure sales team is you need a sales affiliate team. Now, a sales affiliate, you might say, how in the LL Cool J are they different than a sales rep? Well, sales rep works on 100% commission. They understand all your products and services. They're on the team. But a sales affiliate, they're mercenaries. They only understand 1 or 2 of your products, and they're only in it for the money. That's it. So if I'm a person that builds websites and I partner with someone who's a business coach and they refer people to me and I pay them a 20% commission, that works well, right? But how does that relate to you? You're the entrepreneur. What does that mean to you? You as you're listening out there, imagine now that you've got a team out there, sales affiliates, and they're bringing traffic to your website you can't do. They're in places and spaces you're not in right now. They're out there advocating for you for people who already have a problem. People will pay you today if you help them solve a problem today. So if you're listening to me like, Shay, I'll be honest with you, I don't have a sales rep. That ain't working on 100% commission. Make a decision, you're going to do that. Shay, if I looked at my revenue over the last 30 days, I don't even have a sales affiliate team. Decide to do that right now. You can go to Lead Dino. That's a software. We'll show you how to set up. There's a lot of them out there. Put all your content there, and you're going to build your sales affiliate team. When you come back to Born to Be Dope next time, hopefully Ryan have me back, okay? We're going to talk about how to take it to a whole nother level. The third thing you need, the third step. Step 1, sales rep. Got it. Step 2, sales affiliate team. Got it. Step 3 in the 5-step formula is a sales ambassador team. Now, sales ambassador team, they're different than the sales affiliates. Sales affiliates, they're mercenaries. They're only in it for the money. The sales ambassadors, they're in it not for the money. You cannot motivate them for the money. They're in it because they believe in your mission, your goals, and your objectives. These are people you're probably mentoring. These are folks who signed up because your mission is in line with their mission. And so these ambassadors, they go advocate for you. Yeah, they want rewards. They like little things. You can use a Contest Giraffe, and I can give you some other little softwares you can use where the person sells the most number of tickets, maybe gets an iPad or an Apple Watch, or maybe you send them a gift certificate for $100 and they go to dinner. They like to be part of something that's bigger than them because they understand success is a team sport. Now, if you're listening saying, Shay, I need to have more money so I can have more impact. Shay, I know you got 2 more components of a 7-figure sales team, but as you're listening right now, Shay, it's resonating with me. Like, I'm looking right now at my revenue, and all the revenue is on me. When I go to the doctor, my company stops. When I take my kids to their sports event, my company stops. In fact, as I'm right now at the Born to Be Dope Summit, my company has come to a stop. Yeah. Let's get you a sales team. I'm gonna give you a number you can just text in, and we'll send you the playbook. There's no cost, there's nothing to sell. It's just I'll gift to every single one of you who are entrepreneurs who want to fill your programs, sell your products, or some of you just want to scale your business. You're like, it's time for you to scale. It's time for you to go to the next level. It's time for you to have a pipeline of leads that turn into buyers. It's time for you to stop struggling to attract clients who have the money. If that's you and you're ready to have a team, text the word playbook. Now, I'm going to give you this thing. Text the word playbook to this one number. And here's the number, 202. Now, don't write it down. It's so 1980s. 202, like get your cell phone out. Yeah, I would do the same thing. 202-270-1662. You're going to text the word playbook. Now, follow directions to 202-270-1662 because you want to build your 7-figure sales team. Because you want to have an idea that's going to help you now to recruit a salesperson or build a sales ambassador team or build a sales affiliate team. Now, in the next 5 minutes that I have, I'm going to talk about the 4th level, but I want to make sure that you have this, okay? Because you might be listening right now and you're like, the only thing, Shea, I've got this whole thing wired around entrepreneurship. Like, I understand my product, I understand my content, I understand how to run a business, but the only code I haven't cracked is sales. And the number one challenge facing entrepreneurs today is not having enough revenue to purchase the resources they need to execute the big vision they have for the people they were called to serve. And, I grew up in the Pentecostal church. Everything I learned in the Pentecostal church. My mom was a bishop back in the 70s when it wasn't popular being a bishop as a woman in the 70s. Still might not be popular, by the way. We only had 38 members in our church, 25 kids, by the way. I was one of the kids. That means I got into a lot of trouble. But you might be saying, Shea, why do I even care about that? Why are you telling me that story? Because if you're listening right now, you know you can't do it by yourself. And there was a character in the Bible, and I'm not as well-versed as many of you, but it was Noah. And imagine if Noah didn't have the resources. Like, imagine, no, seriously, imagine Noah was given the gift, given the talent, and he can't build the ark. And maybe that's you. And whether you're Christian or you believe in the universe or you believe in something else, it's okay. You can relate to the story, which is, I need more resources. This is your moment. This is your time. You weren't just born to be dope for yourself. You were born to be dope for other folks. You were here for a purpose and for a reason. And so with that being said, the 4th one, some of you already texted the word playbook to 202-270-1662. If you do that, please put your first name so I know who you are and my team can send it to you. Put your last name. There might be more than one Ryan on the planet, okay? And put your best email. Some of you want me to text you something. Some of you want me to email it. Got it. Okay, back to the 5 components of a 7-figure sales team. Back to the 5 components. Component number 1, sales rep, 100% commission. Shea, I'm going to do that thing. Number 2, sales ambassadors. You're like Apple now, baby. Whatever you offer, there's someone else out there who can help work with you. Got it? Number 3, a sales ambassador team. They believe in your mission. They believe in your goals. They believe in your objectives. And then the 4th one is the digital sales solution. Now, when a question is asked to me, oftentimes I was working with someone, they had some PPP money. Y'all might not know about that, right? I don't know when y'all gonna watch this video, by the way. And they had spent all this money on marketing, and they should spend all the money on marketing. They should. And then they came back and they brought me, finally decided to bring a salesperson to the table, and they said, we have a problem. How do we get this page to convert? We've got, I don't know, it was like 10 or 15,000 leads that had come in. They spent like $25,000. So they bought the leads. That's cool, but it wasn't converting. I looked at the page 1 second and said, we don't have a problem here. Now, there was a lot of folks that didn't look like me, which is okay. And they said, what do you mean? I said, well, here's the problem. What's the purpose of a sales page? Like, if I was asking you right now, what's the purpose of the sales page? What would you say? It's the sale. Hello. No, that's not the purpose of a sales page. The purpose of a sales page is to state that there's a problem, that you clearly solve it. Then they hit a button. And then when they hit the button, they give you their first name, last name, and phone number. The purpose of the sales page is to state the problem and how you solve it. I said, now y'all need a checkout page. The checkout page is where you put the price. So take the price off the sales page. That's 1980s. That's the old way of doing it. And then have it on the checkout page. When you get to the checkout page builds value. Jot this in your notes. Price only matters in the absence of value. Price only matters in the absence of value. And so now when they took that page and took the price off, that means we can build an abandoned cart sequence. That's a little advanced for some of you. Now they were collecting the information. So now if they had 1,000 people go there, they have people who registered. Now they're on a checkout page where it builds more value. What's my message to you? If you look at your digital sales solutions and you say, Shea, over the last 90 days, here's how much revenue came in. And if the answer is 0 or not enough, text the word playbook to 202-270-1662. It's my free gift to you. Get the full training, get the playbook you need to build your 7-figure sales team. With that being said, you're a winner, right? You're already a champion. In the last 2 minutes that I have, I do want to acknowledge you for just showing up. But I want you to know at this Born to Be Dope Summit, you're not just showing up to another summit. This ain't another training. You know, I go to some trainings, it's no big deal. I went there, learned something, sometimes I implement, it's my fault because I don't do it, and sometimes I do. But this is one of those situations where Ryan C. Greene has laid out enough information, enough folks, that you only need one idea. And that one idea will change your life. So if you haven't been told right now, this summit is a game changer. This summit has a lifetime benefit. This summit, Born to Be Dope, is about something bigger than Ryan, bigger than me, bigger than you. And we're all going to come together. We're going to build this Born to Be Dope world. And Ryan, I look to be a part of that. I look to be alive and be here with every single one of you. So you're a winner. If you haven't been told recently, 30 seconds. You're amazing. You're incredible. You've got greatness inside you. And I believe in you. I believe in the gift that you've been given. I believe in the passion you have. And every single day when you wake up in the morning, you can put a little sticky if you want on your board and says, Shea Brown holds the belief. He holds the belief. I'm not only born to be dope, but I'm born to be dope to do something for other folks. With that being said, my name, by the way, is Shea Brown, the happy entrepreneur. Ryan, keep doing what you're doing. God bless. Keep doing God's work, man. I'll see you soon.
Man, Shea, thank you so much, my brother. You've been awesome as usual. Play such a big role in making this a success, so I thank you for that. And y'all make sure y'all text him so y'all can get on board, start taking your business to the next level. So thank you, man. I will talk to you real soon.
God bless.
All right, so we're going to keep it moving. Before we do, though, a couple things. One, remember, join us in the Facebook group. So if you're not already in the Facebook group, make sure you join us in the Facebook group so you can interact with all the other people who are there growing and watching the summit. If you're watching through YouTube, make sure you subscribe to the channel as well as leave a comment. All right, some interaction. All right, so do that as well. And hey, how would you like to speak at the next Born to Be Dope? Or maybe be featured in the next Born to Be Dope film? If you would like to do that, then I want to encourage you to go to www.borntobedope.summit.com. Don't go right now. Just write it down because I don't want you to miss the next speaker. But the applications are already open for our August Born to Be Dope. So we're going to run it back August, the first weekend of August 2022. So, and Lord willing that we are done with all the variants of COVID and we can go back outside for good, we're going to do a live event. So we're going to get back into doing live events. So I'm excited about that and want you to make sure you take advantage of that. So if you are interested and think that that would be something you want to join us with, definitely do that. So let me bring on our next presenter. I'm excited about this brother. So we can make sure we are right on time as well. Who say black people be late? No, we on time. We operate in excellence. Not in Black History Month. We're not going to be late. We on time. So listen, I bring this brother on because I saw his eyes light up. Y'all couldn't see it, but I saw his eyes light up and that chuckle in his spirit when Shea said he grew up in a Pentecostal church because I know this guy from church. And some other things. So he is a newly minted 10-time best-selling author. Let me bring on Pastor. And well, in today's presentation, he's going to be as his the clinical side. So we're going to bring in Dr. Brown, clinical psychotherapist, and a bunch of other initials. I'm going to let him tell you what they stand for. Dion, welcome to the Born to Be Dope Summit, man.
I'm glad to be here and to be able to share in this summit, Born to Be Dope. Thank you for the introduction. Thanks everyone for tuning in. I am Dion Brown, licensed therapist here in the DMV. I'm a licensed clinical professional counselor, licensed clinical addictions counselor, and I am certified in trauma. In addition, I'm the founder of my own practice here in the DMV, DJB Therapeutic Solutions, LLC, associate pastor at a local church in Baltimore, and as Ryan said, best-selling author of my new book, Non-Negotiable Self-Care. I am very grateful to be here on this Born to Be Dope Summit. And let me say from the onset that, everyone here, everyone listening that is tuning in, we were all born for something. We were born with a purpose, with a destiny, with a calling. Born to be great, to manifest greatness, and there is greatness in all of us. Now, one of the best ways, which is what I'm going to talk about today, one of the best ways for us to tap into our own greatness, to manifest our own greatness, is to engage in care of ourselves. Many people who may be listening and tuning in, perhaps you've been spending your time, your energy, your efforts, your resources, your intellect, taking great care of other people. Perhaps you are that stellar caretaker, but you are finding yourself at a deficit in taking care of you and taking care of yourself. So what I want to do today is to share with a little for a little while about the importance of self-care, the importance of self-care, and particularly what I wrote about in my book, which I'll talk about a little later, non-negotiable self-care. Now, self-care is one of those buzzwords that we hear a lot. And you may be saying to yourself, what exactly is self-care? So let's open that up just a little bit first. And as we go along, I'm going to share some valuable points that you can take with you. When we talk about self-care is in essence the practice of you taking time to preserve and improve your own health. Self-care is the practice of taking an active role in protecting your own well-being, your own happiness, particularly in periods of stress. Self-care refers to the practice of tuning into your own emotions and your own emotional intelligence and saying to yourself, what is it that I'm feeling right now? Am I feeling happy, joyful, content? Or am I feeling things like disappointed, hurt, frustrated, conflicted, and confused? And being able to articulate that and those emotions safely to someone else. Self-care, it's the practice of doing anything intentionally and deliberately to take care of yourself. And lastly, self-care is the practice of giving yourself the same grace, the same compassion, and the same care that you give to other people. Some may be inquiring and saying, well, why is self-care important? Why is it important? I don't care what you do, who you are, your race, gender, status, social economic status in life. Everyone can benefit from improved self-care. Why is it important? It is absolutely necessary and non-negotiable. I often say to my clients, if you break down, who's going to take care of you? And if you're going to be a quality caretaker of others, maybe even a quality businessman or businesswoman, you have to take care of you first. Make yourself and your own self-care a number one priority. Why? Because we are aware that self-care is critical. It's critical for the management of stress, burnout, prevention, renewal, replenishment, and avoiding overall fatigue. And this is challenging. I get it. This is especially challenging for people who are working as business people in the marketplace, for counselors, for parents, for leaders, educators, clergy, healthcare professionals, you name it. People in those roles can be so active in helping other people that they neglect their own primary self-care. Whenever I do a talk for either religious communities or organizations or businesses or training with entities around their self-care, I emphasize in those settings and in those environments the importance of making your own self-care priority first. And in this present climate, as all of us are kind of emerging out of this pandemic, hopefully, prayerfully, as Ryan C. Greene said earlier, hopefully and prayerfully, none of us are dealing with any more variants. I don't know about you, but I am personally sick of all things COVID related. So hopefully as we emerge into more in-person things and activities, and as we deal with the residue, right, from this pandemic, because best believe, as we have dealt with the pandemic in reference to COVID, that we are now in ways also dealing with a mental health pandemic. There's been increased levels of stress, anxiety, fear, and panic. So it's vitally important that you take care of yourself first. Why? Because whatever you do, whoever you are, you're going to need those time periods to rest, reset, and refresh. Let me say that again. You're going to need those time periods to rest, reset, and refresh so you can return to do whatever it is you do, and you do it great. Because why? You were born to do it, right? Born to be dope. You do it great. no one else can do what you do. You're a designer's original. You've been particularly crafted to do what you do, but you need time. You need space to rest, reset, and replenish. Now, why do we say and use the phrase non-negotiable self-care? If you are a newbie to self-care, if you are finding yourself slacking in the area of self-care, and you start to make yourself a priority and you start to improve to take care of yourself better, best and believe there will be friends, family members, colleagues, other professionals who are going to have a challenging time adjusting to the fact that you are making your self-care a number one priority. So make it non-negotiable. Make it non-negotiable. What am I saying to you? Non-negotiable. That means, listen, non-negotiable self-care, non-negotiable self-care. It means that you will defend your time, your energy, and effort as it pertains to your own self-care. Non-negotiable self-care means that, listen, your self-care is not up for discussion, dialogue, or debate if you're going to make your self-care a priority or not. It means, in essence, your posture on your self-care, you're not going to be moved. You're not going to be sidetracked. You're not going to be hindered or blocked in reference to your own self-care. Now, I don't know how many people listening have ever been in therapy. Part of my graduate school training was that we had to have 30 sessions of therapy done on us to make sure that we were mentally and emotionally sound as we worked with people. But going to therapy, for example, one of the things I mentioned in the book, there's an area that's called therapy as self-care. Going to therapy is one, there are many others, but going to therapy is one great aspect of self-care. In our culture and in our society, we are understanding, as much as we put heavy emphasis on physical health, that your mental health matters. So taking care of your mental health, your mental and your emotional well-being is an important aspect of your overall health. So going to therapy is one great place where you can take care of your mental health. Why? Because therapy, for example, number one, it's a place for you to talk about your problems with an unbiased, objective, professional individual, so you can work through some stuff, you can sort out some stuff, you can talk about whatever or whoever you need to, however you need to do it. And that is a great place where you can engage in your own self-care in the therapeutic space. It is also a place in therapy where you can receive what we call psychoeducation. Secondly, psychoeducation refers to the fact that you can benefit from receiving some great information about yourself, your background, your family dynamics, as well as perhaps what's going on with you mentally and emotionally. Therapy, thirdly, is a great place where you can develop some great coping skills. Many of us have, truth be told, let's be honest, many of us have dysfunctional ways of thinking, dysfunctional ways of functioning or behaving. So therapy is a great place where you can learn some improved, healthy coping skills to take care of yourself better in managing perhaps your stress, your anger, your anxiety, whoever you are, whatever you do in life, whatever your working capacity is. There's a in the book Non-Negotiable Self-Care that's on Amazon now, there's a chapter that deals with workplace self-care. And in workplace self-care, you have to practice self-care too in various capacities, like taking breaks while you're at work, making sure you get away out of the working environment, and utilizing your own downtime, your PTO time, and a few other things mentioned in that chapter. So therapy is a great place for self-care. As we're moving along, let me share with you 5 great points briefly concerning non-negotiable self-care. Number 1, everyone can benefit from improved self-care. Again, doesn't matter who you are or what you do, your status in life, where you work, or the business you own, everyone can benefit from improved self-care. Number 2, understand self-care is not selfish. Let me say that again. Self-care is not selfish. Reject that. That is faulty thinking, and that is faulty narrative perpetrated by maybe society and other people. Self-care is not selfish, but it's important that you engage in your own self-care so that you can be the best you. You can be the most dopest you, if I can use that word, for other people. Okay. Number 3, self-care is critical for your own sustainability. If you're going to make it, if you're going to survive, if you're going to continue being productive, doing what you do, being the best version of you, being the best, dopest presentation of you, you have to engage in self-care, intentional, deliberate self-care so that you can sustain. Number 4, self-care must become your number 1 priority, not your number 3, not your number 4. Make it your number 1 priority, because that's going to really help you do what you do in reference to other people. And lastly, number 5, self-care or excellent self-care will help you cope better, for sure. I'm not exactly sure how much time we have left, but maybe
I'm gonna let you wrap it up. You're right on the nose, so go ahead and
just want to make
give us the benediction.
Good. So thank you. So in closing, concerning self-care, concerning non-negotiable self-care, this is in the book. This is it. This is in my new book, Non-Negotiable Self-Care. Make sure you go grab a copy for you and someone else. One of the things it talks about is 12 ways or tools to incorporate self-care. Go grab a copy of the book. Follow me. Follow me also on Instagram, _DMV therapy. And as you go through the book, check out, there's an acronym at the end of the book that deals with the self-care core 4. And it talks about those 4 items that you need to actively use and implement in your life to make sure that, hey, I am focused in on my own self-care, and I am taking care of myself the best way possible. In closing, so again, I'm Dion Brown, licensed therapist here in the DMV, best-selling author of Non-Negotiable Self-Care. And it is vitally important that you understand the significance and the importance of you engaging in intentional, deliberate, active self-care for yourself, making you a priority, refusing and refuting all toxic messages. And we talk about that in the men's chapter, particularly in our culture, chapter in the book in reference to men, women, couples, people in the workplace, elderly, religious leaders, and a bunch of other stuff. Remember, you important, you are dope, you are matter. Be your best you. Your design is original, and make yourself and your own self-care non-negotiable.
Dion, thank you so much. Man, what a phenomenal presentation. And I think it was so important and timely that we had that in here, because when we talk about being dope, it's going to be important that self-care is so important, because again, we talk about combating imposter syndrome, fighting against what everyone else, the boxes everyone else try to put us in, and just comparing ourselves to other people. So I think it's important that this message was shared. Congrats again on the success of your book. Make sure you all are reaching out to him as well. I know he didn't say, but Dion is available for speaking engagements as well. So thank you, man. I appreciate you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. Take it easy. All right. So, I mean, are y'all having a good time so far? I mean, has this been dope or what? Let me get us set up for our next superstar. Make sure we get this lined up for me. All right. So, if y'all have the schedule, you know who's coming up next. And if you know who's coming up next, and if you know that you want to cancel everything, put your phones on mute, log off of everything, because this phenomenal powerhouse of a woman, Dr. Cheryl Wood, you do not want to miss. Now, before I let her go, well, we're going to do an interview. Before we start, I say it all the time, is that I want to make sure that you all know that, she has been someone who, when you reach out, you have your people that you admire, you look up to, you're like, man, I want to follow that person, male or female, doesn't matter. When I was introduced to her, and I was like, yep, she's one of the real ones, she's doing it, and I want to, ride on her coattails and just follow her journey, because not just because of what she does, but because of who she is. I mean, this woman didn't have to take my calls. She didn't have to return, emails, but she said yes. And it's not the first time we worked together. So I'm just so appreciative. I want to make sure that you know that, Dr. Cheryl, and the world knows that, because everyone isn't like that. Everyone, especially someone who has success that you've had, they aren't so willing to just give back to others without something, that's going to be, asking for something up front. So I appreciate you, Dr. Cheryl. Welcome to Born to Be Dope. I don't hear you. Yep.
That's how you always know as a speaker, because we just start speaking. We're like, girl, unmute yourself.
And it's funny because I unmuted you early so I wouldn't forget for the third time in a row. But then you did it. But we are good. We are good. We can hear you now. Phenomenal. For those who are watching, Dr. Cheryl is also in the Born to Be Dope film. So this is kind of a sneak peek on some of the greatness she's going to share in that film. So Dr. Cheryl, let's jump in. I don't want to start at the beginning, because if people don't know you, they're going to have to get to know you. But you have had let's start since 2020, since everyone shut down and stopped doing business and everything started going bad for everyone. I'm using quotes. You've been on a roll. So, you have been doing some phenomenal things, and you have shown that it doesn't matter when you build a business the right way, not even a global pandemic can get in the way. So talk to us about just the ride you've been on, the work with the motivator himself, Les Brown, and just all the things that Cheryl has been doing for the last 2 years.
It's mind-blowing. You're right. There are a lot of businesses, and especially people who are in the speaker industry, who have been saying their business was suffering. They felt like they were sinking. They didn't know what they were going to do. There was this mad panic when we realized that we couldn't come out and do live events. And when everybody else went into panic, I went into strategic thinking. Like, okay, if we can't do live, how do I still keep revenue coming in? Because my kids still like to eat 3 times a day. And I got 2 boys, 2 teenage boys. So they really eat me out of house and home. So I'm always strategically thinking, okay, well, how can I stay in front of this thing that's freaking everybody else out? And of course, I had already started doing some virtual trainings, because I believe success leaves clues. And so the people that are already 20, 30 steps ahead of me, the people that I get to be mentored by and coached by, Lisa Nichols, Les Brown, and some of my other amazing coaches, they were already kind of branching into the virtual space before the pandemic. So they were really leaving the clues or leaving the breadcrumbs beforehand. So you've got to be the business owner who is willing to be a student, not only through education, but through observation. And as I started seeing and observing what they were doing, I said, well, I got to make sure I stay a trailblazer and create some digital stuff and do things virtually. So I was already familiar with doing Zooms. I was doing webinars. I had been already doing a few conferences and summits through virtual platforms. So it wasn't like I was trying to learn it. I already knew it. I just had to amp it up times 10 so that I could make sure that my revenue projections still were able to be on target for, the past 2 years. And sure enough, everybody else kind of caught up, and then everything went virtual. And so my speaking engagements didn't slow down, because I made it known to people who had already hired me or had a contract with me, hey, there's no need to cancel this. Let's do it virtually. I promise you I can create equally as much engagement virtually as I can in person. Is it the exact same experience? No. But do people still need it? More now than ever before. So instead of canceling, let's rethink it. And pretty much every organization, every conference, every event, every summit that I approach from that perspective, like, now is a time when we need it more than ever before, because people feel hopeless, they feel helpless, they feel disconnected because they're not in person. No, now is not the time to cancel your conference. Now is the time to amp things up. And everyone said yes. And so my business literally tripled in the past 2 years. And the connections that I was able to make, quadrupled, because people now were sitting still. So before, when I couldn't even get Les Brown on the phone because he was always traveling, he's traveling 364 days out of 365 days a year. Now he's at home just like I'm at home. Guess what? That strategically, I'm like, that's a great opportunity. Let me try to get him now while he's sitting still, because I may never have this opportunity again to connect with somebody who is so highly sought after as Les Brown. Even a couple weeks ago, I was just in the Bahamas with Lisa Nichols. That's rare. Like, she speaks almost every day of the year, all across the world. It's very hard to pin her down. But in the pandemic, we were all sitting still. So I just started thinking strategically, how do I make this work for me instead of complaining about it, moaning and groaning about what's not working?
Awesome. All right. Sorry about that. Yeah. So now, because now you are known, like you made your career out of empowering women. But like I tell people all the time, listen, just because she say she empower women don't mean she not dropping knowledge anybody can use. So if you can sneak in the back door, fellas, do what you gotta do to pay attention. So and in your empowerment, I mean, it's opened up doors. You've spoken to, you just did, oh man, Capital One. Like you just spoke for Capital One. So you're always doing something. You were in Orlando at somebody's TV studio doing some things. So people are watching, like, you know what? I want to be like Dr. Cheryl. But what they don't know, they may not see, is the sacrifice, the journey to get there. So for those who have a message and think that you can just jump on stage and it's all glitz and glam, let's talk about getting there. Like the time where it wasn't necessarily, when you didn't have Les Brown answering your call, things like that. You couldn't even have thought of something that big at that time. It was really questioning whether or not you even should be doing this anymore. Take us to that place and kind of encourage those who might be watching to know that, hey, no matter where you start, it's about just keep on that trail.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it has not always been this way. I always say this is my sexy chapter 12 of the book, right? Like, but chapters 1 through 11 wasn't so sexy. People weren't behind the scenes when I was doing this and nobody was stroking a check for me. Nobody, people didn't see the behind the scenes when I was first starting and people were looking at me like, who are you? Why should you be on our stage? And the stages that I did get invited to, most times I either invested to be on those stages or I paid my way to fly wherever they were having it. I paid my own hotel, paid my own ground transportation, all my own meals, and covered all the expenses just to get there and have my voice heard. So no, it hasn't always been this sexy as it is right now, but that's because of all the planting that I've done. So the question that every person who says, oh, I want to be dope, I'm born to be dope, this is the thing I know I want to do and I'm born to do, you've got to ask yourself, how much are you willing to deposit? Because you can't get a withdrawal if you haven't first deposited something. And some of us, we put in a little bit and we're like, okay, well, now I got $20 in there. Let me go take that out. So you put a little teeny bit in there, you want to take it out. And you put a little bit. No, you've got to let that compound so that over time you've deposited so much that when you go for that big withdrawal, like it only makes sense for the bank to say yes. Yeah, of course, because you have all this that you've put in over this amount of time. So I look at my journey that way. I have planted so many seeds into so many people that it makes me emotional to realize that God has used me in such a big way. Even when I didn't get a check for it, but I loved it so much. I was so committed to knowing this is what I'm born to do. Like there's no question in my mind. There's nothing else that I want to do but this: speaking, communication, really empowering people to play all out in their own lives and to create a life that they're in love with. That it fills my soul. So even though I'm out and I'm speaking life into other people and I'm helping breathe life into their dreams, I'm also breathing life back into me because it is the thing that fills my cup. So that's the thing that has allowed me to say yes to the speaking engagements, even when I wasn't getting paid, or to be paid way, way, way below what I should have been paid. I will never forget. There was this one opportunity. I went there and I spoke and they said, well, we don't have a budget, but oh my God, you're so great and so amazing. Right. And at that time that was okay because I was still developing who I was becoming. And I knew that I needed experience and I needed exposure. So it's so funny how people oftentimes talk about, oh, don't accept speaking engagements for exposure. Well, who's going to know you? If you're not saying yes to anything, if you're saying no to everything because it's not giving you an immediate monetary return, then how is anybody ever going to know who you are? So yeah, there was a season in my journey where I needed experience and exposure. So in that season, I'll never forget, I go to the speaking engagement. They tell me they didn't have a budget. It's fine. I was like, oh, well, you can just give me an honorarium or a love offering. But I didn't know the strategy behind that at the time. I didn't know that even if I'm accepting an honorarium, that I need to specify in a contract how much that honorarium is. So I get to the gig, Ryan, the speaking engagement. I get this standing ovation. They're all excited. Everybody's clapping for me. And at the end, they give me a little envelope in my hand. So I can't wait to get, and I'm like, oh, you know, I know they probably put at least a couple $100 in this envelope. I get to the car, I rip open the envelope, I open this thing up, and it's like 3 gift cards to like McDonald's. And I was just like, what the heck just happened? Like, I'm not understanding what happened.
Wow. Wow.
That was the return I got for the value that I delivered in that space. I could tell you so many stories like that. There were stories where I would go to an event, they told me they were going to pay me a certain fee. And at that time, again, I didn't have structure. I didn't have structure or infrastructure in my speaking business. So I was just so excited to be taking the stage that somebody wanted me on their stage, that I wasn't being a savvy business owner. I wasn't being a CEO as a speaker. So I would say, yes, I'm all excited. They tell me there are going to be 125 people in the room, and this is how much we're going to pay you. And at the time, again, I didn't have anything where they made deposits. I would just get my money when I got on site. I can't tell you how many times I would get on site, and there are 125 chairs set up in the room, and there are literally 20 people in the room.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at 100 empty seats, not 125 filled, 100 empty. And I still was so committed to what I know I've been born to do that I went to the front of the room and I dropped the mic as though every seat was filled. Why? Because the 20 people who did show up deserve the best of me. That's how committed I am to what I do and what God has assigned me to do. And then at the end of that, the 20 people are coming up and they're clapping for me and they're congratulating me and they're telling me how they've been moved by this presentation. And then the person who hosts the event pulls me to the side and says, oh, can I talk to you for a minute? Can I talk to you for a minute? I'm waiting for my check because I'm like, okay, I didn't even hardly have gas money to get here. So I'm just waiting on my check. I'm like, yes, it's going to be a good day. And they're like, unfortunately, we didn't sell enough tickets. So we can't pay you what we thought we were going to be able to pay you, but we so sorry. You so sorry. So the person that you see today, when I tell you I'm able to stand here in a position of posture to say, God, I belong here. Oh, I belong here because it's been 12 years of grinding, of getting knocked down and getting back up. People telling me I wasn't good enough. Kern, you need to put your phone on mute. We can hear you. People knocking me, I'm getting knocked down and I get back up and I plant some more seeds and I keep moving, and people look at me like I don't belong there and I just keep showing up. And then they're like, well, how you get here? Because God brought me into the VIP interest that you ain't know nothing about. So the journey has been real. It is never just you woke up like this and decided that you wanted to be an international empowerment speaker, a 2-time TEDx speaker, an 18-time best-selling author. No, that doesn't just happen. That has been 12 years in the making. And a lot of it has been me putting in, even when I was not getting an immediate return. So yeah, God, I belong here.
I was going to ask you something else, but I don't even want to. I'm going to end it on that because that was the mic drop that I think that was perfect for this segment. Tell people how they can follow you, what you got coming up next, and I just want to thank you again.
Thank you so much for this vision. Thank you for having me as a part of the documentary, as a part of the summit. I love what you're doing. I honor what you're doing. Keep pushing, keep changing lives. What's next for me? Well, a lot of things are coming up. I'm like, my mind is like, so I'll run through them really quickly. I'm doing an amazing live global speakers showcase and summit. That's going to be in June in Washington, D.C. And I have some amazing speakers lined up who will be sharing their voice. I'm going to be taking that and probably doing that once a quarter so that more speakers can come to the front of the room and really share their voice. Like sometimes, we just depend on people who are influencers or who have a big name or celebrities, and we think only their story matters. No, all of our stories matter, but we've got to come to the front of the room and we've got to make the story count. And that means you've got to take action. So for those who are ready to take action and coming to the front of the room and they're tired of staying quiet and playing in the shadows, we're going to be launching that June 23rd to 25th, the Global Speakers Showcase and Summit, and you'll see us doing that quarterly. And then I also launched the Tenacious Woman Retreat. And the first one is going to be hosted in the Bahamas, Nassau, Bahamas, August the 24th through the 28th. We have our first 15 women who are already registered. I'm so excited because honestly, even at this level, you're always sometimes hesitant because you're taking a risk. You're doing something new. You're doing something you haven't done before. But that's how you keep growing. And you owe it to your people, your tribe, your community to serve them in different ways. So that's also coming up. And of course, SpeakerCon will be November 2nd through 5th. We will be in person this year, and I cannot wait to have you guys as a part of that. So just juicy stuff happening, and other things. But those three, I think, are like at the top of my list. Like just, I'm bursting with excitement.
Awesome. All right, so y'all follow Dr. Cheryl. She is the one to make sure you are attached to if you all about this empowerment life. So thank you, Dr. Cheryl. Again, can't wait till everyone can see you in the film on Sunday. And I'll be in touch real soon.
Thank you. And Kern, I love you. I'll hold it against you. Mwah, mwah. I love you some Kern Cherry, y'all. That's my Gold Coast sister. I love you. Thank you so much, Ryan.
Thank you. All right, man, we gonna keep it moving. I'll tell you, I'm excited every time I bring up somebody else. We just taking it higher and higher. And now you already heard who is coming up next. Let me just check this. Man, what time is it? It's 12:20. Y'all had lunch yet? Y'all take a break yet? Y'all still rolling with me? Y'all good? Cause we about to keep it moving. We gonna keep it moving. Let me bring on our next presenter. So you heard us. She is the Gulf Coast Queen, but we know her as the butts in seats queen. Karen Cherry. Let me hold my mic still. There we go. Karen Cherry, welcome to the Born to Be Dope Summit. Can you hear me? Let me get you. Karen, don't go nowhere. You're right here. Can you hear me? Check. I don't think we can see you. Can you hear me, Karen? All right, thank you. I said, hold on, let's go. Let me just make sure she can. All right. I'll tell you what. We're going to give us 2 seconds. 1,000. 2 1,000. All right, we're going to come right back to her. We're going to go to our next presenter. She's right there. She just can't hear me, I guess. But we're going to go. Let me get the next person queued up here. Here we go. Boom. All right, here we go. Oops. Karen, I'm going to give you one more chance. Can you hear me, Karen?
Okay.
There we go. Man, I was about to move on. I'm like, she's right there looking at me. Hold on. Here we come. Let me bring you on. All right. Can you hear me? I'm like, she's sitting right there. She won't look up.
I can't tell. There's a mic, and then there's obviously another mic, and I can't tell.
No problem. No problem. I got you. We are live now. Thank you. All right. So Karen Cherry, as I said, is known as the butts in the seats queen. If you are doing an event, I mean, she is phenomenal at just filling the seats and getting people in there. She was with us for Reset 2020, and she's one of our premier VIP speakers for this event as well. Because if we're going forward, the world has changed. So if you're looking forward to building something for your business, doing some kind of event, just making those kind of connections, we want to make sure that we have Karen Cherry to share that with you. So, Karen, I'm going to ask you to go ahead and introduce yourself to the Born to Be Dope audience, and then we're going to jump right in.
Yeah, so I'm Karen Cherry. They call me the Butts in the Seat Queen. I'm one of the co-founders and director of Success Women's Conference, where we had over 17,000 virtually. We actually have in person almost 1,500 people pre-COVID. We're about an hour from New Orleans, so we're a small town, but we can pack in a lot of people. I'm also the creator and producer of Level Up Summit, which is coming in March. Talk a little bit more about that later, and Power Up Summit, which is in July. I also produce books, and yesterday we went number one with Trailblazers, who book anthology #2. And so that, and I teach people how to become visible, which I'll be talking about today, and also how to create your own event. So those are just some of the things that I do. I also own my own home care company, which I've been doing for over 25 years. And so those are just some of the things that I'm doing.
All right, great. So I want to let's talk about, how did you become the Butts and C Queen? I mean, everyone's out here trying to do some kind of event, but I mean, the numbers that I've heard from your events and people you're able to reach and the people you're able to bring onto your stage. I mean, tell us how you became, how this became your thing.
Yeah, so I actually been creating events for over 20 plus years. I really started when I was working for a chaplain overseas in Germany. And, he basically, he was the colonel in command. So you do what you're told to do, right? But I realized then I love putting together things. So when I came back to my hometown, Biloxi, Mississippi, years later, I found that that was a really good way to get back into the community as you're connecting and all that kind of stuff. You find that sometimes people ain't gonna let you, they're not gonna allow you into something you want to be a part of. And so I'm a big believer in, if somebody doesn't allow you to do something, create your own. And so I started doing that in my events on average. I mean, my caregiver conference averaged over 600. My the conference that I did for my first lady averaged over 500, which Cheryl was a speaker at as well. And just, people understand that when I do stuff, I do it because I love it and I see there's a need for it. And so I've enjoyed many years of doing that.
Awesome. So tell us about, you've got the Success Summit coming up, but is it Level Up? You got the Level Up Summit coming up. Let's hear about the Level Up Summit and what people can expect with that.
So y'all, that conference is March the 25th through the 27th. It actually was the first conference to go international. We actually started focusing on virtual conferences in 2020. Prior to that, we did hybrids, which I've had a lot of people at our conference, but we did hybrids before that. But now with Level Up being the baby, it's actually the baby of all the conferences I do. We're an international conference. We have many international speakers that are already on board, that are doing amazing things in their country. But what they can expect is 3 packed days of speakers delivering and pouring into you and helping you to elevate your game. We have, as one of our keynotes this year, we have a Black group, female singing group called Chapel Heart, and they are country, y'all. And so I'm bringing them here live in person. They also join us on the virtual stage as well. Now, I'm just going to tell y'all this. There's an iconic woman coming to the conference this year. She'll be announced next week. You want to stay tuned in. You know her from a very famous international singing group, and she had her own platform as far as singing as well. I can't give y'all that right now, but if you stay tuned next week, or go ahead and register at time, the number 2, levelup.com. You can register for free, and you'll be able to find out who that iconic female speaker who will be representing us during the Women History Month, and want to get in those VIP sessions. But anyway, that's all I'm going to say, Ryan. You're going to be on the stage. You're one of our headliners that's going to be featured, and he's going to be bringing that Born to Be Dope feeling to our stage as well. So, hey, y'all want to be there.
Indeed, indeed. I'm excited. I can't wait to hear who this speaker is, who this young lady is going to be. I'm like, okay. So that's going to be exciting. I just love it. Let me get you out of here on this. I'll ask you one more question. Then I'll let you give out your information, how people can make sure they follow you as well. When you were, let's put it this way, when you were on your journey, I like to always talk, we always spotlight the destination, but I'm real big on thinking people need to understand and know everyone's journey because I think that's the thing that people miss and don't think that they can go through. So, was there a time when you were doing this that you were like, you know what, this probably isn't for me, or maybe I shouldn't do it, or you know, I mean, because look, I'm from the East Coast. We got East Coast bias, right? So you're down there in the Gulf Coast, you know, and people, you know, I don't know how y'all mentality is about looking at us. Like, do you ever think, well, I can't do it. I'm not going to be at that level, but because you were killing it down there, doing your thing. So what was that like to make sure you finally understood you were dope enough, where you were, how you were, to make it happen?
So, yeah, you're right. I've been on this journey. My actually home care business is, like I said, 25 years old, and been in healthcare 35 plus years. And even in that business, you know, you question yourself over and over, you know, is this where I'm supposed to be? But in 2019, after Success, which was our largest in-person conference, we had over 120 speakers, almost 1,500 people in attendance. We had 25 states represented and 200 plus thousand budget. And I raised over almost 70,000 of that. And at the end of all of that, I still was like, I just don't know, you know, and it's, you question where you are and why are you doing this? Are you getting what you need from it? And I realized I wasn't getting all that I needed from it. My attendees were, my speakers were, my coaches were, but I wasn't. And so I asked God then, I said, look, you know, I need some, and that's what you have to do, y'all. Y'all got to ask God. You need to step up and ask, but have your pen and paper ready, because I'm going to tell you right now, when you ask, you better be ready to receive, because He's going to give it to you, and it's going to be more than probably what you're thinking. So I asked Him what I should be doing, and He gave me Power Up. Level Up actually came out of that. It was a pre-conference to Power Up. And He was like, go back to doing your own events, because I'm used to doing 2 major events a year. So go back to doing that. And so I realized that was part of my issue, because when you're in charge of something, Ryan, you know it, you make the final decision, and you don't have to, some of your ideas that don't happen, well, they can happen if you want them to when you're in charge of it. And then He gave me book anthologies, y'all. Okay, that's the part I said, be ready. Okay, I'm not a writer. I will write when I have to write. And so that being said, He said, that's what I want you to do. And then He sent me somebody to make it happen. And Trailblazers Who Lead One was produced during the pandemic, early pandemic. And those ladies are now doing amazing things, because it wasn't about me. You know, sometimes when you ask God something, He's like, yeah, this is what I want you to do. And you're going to do it in my time frame, just like the one that we did yesterday. It took me almost a year to get that out. But I had to ask Him so I can follow directions. Do I still feel peaks and valleys in my business? Yeah, right now with my conference. But God's like, in my time, just like He gave us this iconic speaker, I was starting to feel a little iffy. But hey, He sent it right on time. So yeah, I feel it quite a bit, but it's the challenge. I love the challenge. And you have to step up and be willing to walk through the fire. Don't let fear hold you back. Don't let it close doors on you. You got to be willing to walk in that faith, talk in that faith. And y'all, if nothing else ain't working, you definitely give your tithe and offering. You'll see that door open.
Did she take us to church or what, y'all? I mean, listen, that's the bottom line. A lot of us out here wishing, dreaming, hoping, but we're not asking. And then when we ask, we're not actually doing the work. When we're not asking, then we're not listening. I always say, it may not be what you prayed for, but it could be the answer to your prayers. So you got to be willing to look at it, understand if you ask God for something and He give it to you, and He's the one who gave it to you, you can't be doubting, well, this ain't what I said. I said I wanted, no. So, Karen, thank you. I keep wanting to call you Dr. Karen. Are you a doctor? I don't know why I keep wanting to call you Dr. Karen.
Actually, I'm getting ready to accept that in a few months. So I guess it's again something that God must have it in the plan, because it wasn't nothing I was planning.
All right, well, I'm gonna keep calling you Dr. Kern then, so I can get used to it going forward. So, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I will talk to you soon. Can't wait to be there in March to level up with everybody there. You be blessed.
Yes, thank you, Ryan. I appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
All right, great. Whew. All right, y'all. So I mean, listen. It's just, I'm looking at the time like, man, we are flying through. This is wonderful. You know, we talk about creating something. I'm overwhelmed right now. Like I'm sitting there trying to, I put it together, so I got to do it. But I'm like, wow, this is really dope. Speaking of which, before I go to, I'll bring on our next presenter. I do want to, y'all like the swag? Like, listen, if you like the Born to Be Dope swag, go to borntobedope.com. You can pick up, we got hoodies, sweatshirts, t-shirts. So we got everything that you need. We got like 6 or 7 different designs, colors, all that. So we want everyone out there, go buy your Born to Be Dope swag. Go to borntobedope.com. Scroll down the page, you'll see the apparel section. Get your stuff. Rock your brand that represents you, and go ahead and do that. So, all right, let us go to our. Wait, let me bring on our next superstar for the day. All right, so another person who I have rocked with before and liked so much, I said, you gotta come back. I need you to come back for me. So let's have Monique Toussaint. Monique Toussaint with us. Welcome. I just love talking to Monique. How are you? Welcome to Born to Be Dope.
Again, love the excellence that you operate with. So honored to be selected to come back. And I feel dope just being in the presence of all of these speakers. So thank you for having me.
Well, thank you. And you are one of those speakers, so you are dope as well. So we thank you. Absolutely. So Monique is the founder of Think Monumental. I don't mess up. I know that's like the slogan, but I don't think that's the actual name of it.
I know we keep going through this. I'm being stubborn about changing the name, right? So it's called Monumental Business Solutions, and I used to still go think Monumental often, and so I should. Every time I talk to you, I'm like, okay, God, I'll change to Think Monumental Consultant. Okay.
It's me. I don't take notes. Like I don't write notes. I like to have authentic conversations. So I probably should start doing this. I stop messing people's companies and names up. But so don't go telling God I told you to change it. Let's just put it that way.
That ain't you.
All right, cool. Cool. Wonderful. So listen, let's get into it with you. So talk to us about what Monumental Business Solutions is and why, talk about your journey to dopeness for us.
Yeah, absolutely. So what's so funny is I started off doing career coaching, right? But in my journey, I found that I was running into entrepreneurs or just people that wanted to figure out what to do next. And I was doing a lot of resumes, which, brings some money in, but I was like, I'm encouraging people to pursue their passion and I'm not pursuing mine. And so I was like, yo, you got to think bigger. It's more than just this. It's not about the money. It's what's your passion. And so see, there you go, Brian, you got me. Now me changing the name. So Monumental Business Solutions came out of the premise of I wanted to help entrepreneurs and I wanted them to be the solution to their business. So it wasn't that they weren't passionate. They had the passion, but they didn't know how to have that executive presence to be a successful business owner. So we all know the talent and the gift is one thing, but having that executive presence means so much more, and getting your feet in the door and securing contracts and securing clients and knowing how to navigate those spaces, helping them to organize what they want to do. I'm very much that sounds great. What's the plan? You tell me. My friends know if you tell me something, I need to know what's the plan, how we're going to do this. This doesn't make sense. I'm not about the talk. And so Monumental Business Solutions is where I serve as an executive leadership and coach. And I partner with executives and aspiring executives to create an action plan that promotes career and leadership development success. So I'm often like, if you come to me, we're going to build a strategy. It's going to be filled with solutions. And my job is to help you get success. So we'll put the plan together and it's your job to do it. So I like to say, if you have an idea, I have a plan. And that's really how I birthed Monumental, just thinking about how do we think greater? How do we get you from here to there? Like an idea is great, but without action, it means nothing. So.
Absolutely. So I want you to, because you have Now, so you have a dope acronym that you came up with, right? I loved it because when I did this whole thing, I didn't come up with an acronym. I didn't do that. So when you did it, I was like, that's kind of cool. So I want you to go and share that with the people. You know, just jump into it. Tell them what dope means to you, and just bless the people.
Yeah, thank you. So I have an affinity for acronyms. I have well, I went to have a teaching background. I work in education. My mom is a teacher. And I found that by using acronyms in most of my speeches and workshops, it helps people to remember what we talked about. So you usually hear ABC 1, 2, 3. When you're talking, you have 3 points, but I like to find an acronym and build it out. So when you said dope, I was like, I don't know what the dope is going to be, but I'm going to figure it out. And so I wanted to put together 4 things. And so I said dope destiny. You were destined to do, what you wanted to do. You have to look at the opportunities, you have to prepare, and then you have to execute. Again, none of this means anything if you don't do it. And so I have a presentation to kind of run us through that. Thinking about how do you master the art of being dope? Now, to get us started, I want you to think about this quote. And I use this quote almost every year for my birthday. And so I want to start with the quote and have you to pause for a minute. It's been a lot of talking, today, lots of gems dropped, but I want you to pause for a second and let's think about you. You're here today because you're already dope. You were born to be dope. You're already dope. But let's think about this. Do you know why? Okay. So the quote I want to talk about is the 2 most important days in your life is the day you were born and the day you find out why. And that's a Mark Twain quote. And for me, if you know me personally, you're connected to me on social media, I think birthdays are a big deal. I'm like hashtag Mo month, hashtag Mo day, because I recognize the importance of one, celebrating who I am, and then with monumental, celebrating what I do and what I bring to people. Like, what is your talent? What is your gift? Why were you there? And so with being dope, you have to acknowledge that you were born to make an impact. And that starts with your destiny. What are you meant to be in the future? Have you thought about that? Have you literally sat down and thought about it? And once you think about that, you have to be able to move forward in it, because it's waiting for you. Your future is waiting for you. The people you're connected to and should be working with to get stuff accomplished, they're waiting for you to move. So if you're in the chat, I need you to think about, I am destined to be dope. I am born to be dope. Think about your destiny. There is more to life than tomorrow. And so you have to be prepared for that. Follow
You're good.
Can someone mute? Followed by opportunity. So when you think about opportunity, I have a graphic here called opportunity calling. You have to be open, you have to be flexible, and you have to leverage your network, right? When you think about opportunity, we think about the right now. We're in a microwave society. We're always thinking about, what does it mean for us to be available, and I need it right now. If I can't have it right now, I don't want it. But a part of being a leader, or a person that wants to be a leader, you have to think long term. What makes the most sense for me now? What makes the most sense for me later? So I think Dr. Cheryl Wood was the one talking about, like, taking those small opportunities to create a space for a long-term goal. And while some of the opportunities may not have materialized the way she wanted it, because she was open and flexible, that helped her to build her career, right? So now when you hear her name, it's a household name. And so for a person that's born to be dope, you have to, one, recognize the opportunity and be open to it, and then take it, right? So if you're in the chat, again, I told you I kind of have an education background, sort of, maybe have taught a little bit at the community college level. If you're still with us, can you type I will be open? Because truly, part of materializing what you see for yourself is also writing it down. So in modern day society, if you were in my class, I'd have you write it down. But since you can't, if you can type I will be open, I think that's something that you want to push yourself to do. Outside of being open, you also want to be prepared, right? Part of being prepared is, one, being clear about who you are and what you want to do, knowing what you have to offer, right? And then being real about what you need to work on. So we don't say weaknesses anymore. We say areas of improvement, right? What are some areas in your life that you can leverage resources to make sure it gets accomplished, right? And then being clear, listen, if you came to this conference and for whatever reason you're still trying to figure out, what is your purpose, God? Why am I here? I think that it's like getting in a car and not knowing where you're going, right? You have to know the destination. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it gets nice outside and I turn into an island girl. I just be driving. I'm like, I don't know where I'm going, but I'm driving with these windows down, right? I'm burning gas and it costs too much now to do that. But you have to be clear about what you want to accomplish. Otherwise, you're driving mindlessly on a nice day just to be outside when you know you should be doing something. You know you should be going somewhere, meeting someone, speaking somewhere, whatever that is you want to accomplish for yourself, being clear about that. And then the third thing you want to think about and prepare for is your legacy. Every single person on this earth will be remembered by at least one person. So be clear about what you want to leave behind. And it might seem grim and it might be like, I'm never going to die. I don't want to think about it. But the reality is, unless, well, I don't know what the unless is, so I won't even speak that. But you want to be clear about the legacy you want to leave behind and you want to prepare for it, right? So part of being dope is one, acknowledging that there's a destiny awaiting you to fulfill, being open to opportunities, and then preparing to take them. And like I said, if you don't take them, then this is all for naught, right? I have a lot of great ideas, but if I don't execute them, they're just great ideas. They fall by the wayside. I have a friend, she loves this saying, a dream is a goal without a deadline. And I'm all for dreams. If you've come to presentations, I love to start with close your eyes, let's envision, let's think about it. And I do that, one, to clear your mind, get your attention, and to actually help you see where you want to go. And so there are things for you to do. We won't go into the exercises today. That's why you should like register, and now that you're registered, look at the summit. The full presentations has the exercises, but you want to make sure that you're preparing for what you want and then you actually do it, right? So prioritize it, organize it, write a plan. If you don't know what you're doing and you're just winging it, you're missing a lot of opportunities. You might be successful, but you're not maximizing the level of effort that you can and the resources that you need. And then do it. If you're in the chat, type I will act. You gotta act. Like there is too much. Let me look at the camera. You are dope. You were born to be dope. We are waiting for you to be dope. And if you're already walking it, there's more people waiting for you to be dope. So I need you to act. And then be smart about it. So a lot of us have heard about the SMART goals. So be specific, be measurable, be attainable. Is it relevant? Does it make sense? What's your timeline? So think about that as you're doing it. And finally, start with a thought. Have confidence. Action creates confidence. When you think about working out, the more you work out, they call it muscle memory, right? So it's the same thing. When you are working in your purpose, when you're working in what you're supposed to be doing, that action creates confidence. The more you do it, the more confident you become. I'll never forget my first virtual presentation was for BS, and I was sweating from running around trying to get ready. And now I'm like, okay, I'm pulling up. I'll look at my deck. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. But the more you do it, the more it creates a level of confidence for you because you're walking in your purpose. You're doing what you're supposed to do. But it starts with a thought. It's up to you to believe that you can have what you think. So don't limit yourself. And that's why, shameless plug, think monumental. It's up to you to believe that you can have what you think. So think monumental. Why not? I can have anything I want because God says so. As long as it's aligned to his will for my life, I can do it. So I just got to think about it, right? Because he'll give me more than I can ever think. So I still got to think great, think grand, think monumental. And he'll still bless me more than that. And so you have to believe that you can have what you think, but you got to start with the thought. All right. And my final comment on how to be dope is accountability. None of this makes sense. I don't want to say that. It's easier to execute when you have accountability. When I said I'm gonna go to the gym 3 times a week and told no one, I went like once, maybe twice. Now I have to like text my friend. I'm like, today's my second. She's like, on Friday, your second? I'm sorry, homie. I still got tomorrow to hit 3. But find someone you trust and respect. And be willing to share your failures and successes. There's no such thing as a perfect person. I mean, sometimes I feel like I come pretty close to it, but you want to make sure that you trust someone that you're willing to be vulnerable with so that when I'm like, you know what, this isn't working. Can you help me here? Don't be afraid to ask for help and evaluate your growth and adjust along the way, right? There's no point in talking about it, being accountable about it if you're not going to change your plan. All plans, no plan is the best plan. Right? I would like to think if you work with me, you got the best plan. But a huge part of that plan is being flexible and adjusting it as you go. So as you're mastering your dopeness, here are some tips to remember. Remember who you are and who you're destined to be. That's your D. Remember who you are and who you're destined to be. Stay open and receptive to opportunity. That's your role. Be prepared to maximize those opportunities when they appear. And then don't just think about it, do it. Execute, execute, execute. So execute your vision for yourself. Your future depends on it. So go for it, be great, and be dope.
That was dope. That was dope. Thank you so much. That was awesome. I appreciate you. Like, I really appreciate you. So that was great. So listen, y'all get in touch with Monumental Business Solutions so that you can think monumental. So I'm gonna get it right that time. And connect with Monique. And thank you again, Monique. And we're gonna have to keep it moving because we got so many other people coming up. Thank you.
I know. So let me just say, I'm on Instagram and Facebook at Think Monumental. That's not the name, but that's where I'm at. And don't forget to connect with me. We can do strategy sessions as well. So thanks, Ryan, for the opportunity, and I am excited for the rest.
Go ahead. Don't rush that part. I didn't know if you said don't rush it. Give me that information. Go ahead.
Oh no, it's like we gotta move.
No. Go ahead.
The timing. No, so www.monumentalbusiness.com, right? Also, Instagram, Think Monumental, MONUMENTAL. And then Facebook, also Monumental Business. But if you type Think Monumental, it'll pop up. So hashtag Think Monumental. It's been a pleasure. I can't wait to enjoy the rest of the session. Thanks, Ryan.
All right. Wonderful. Thank you. That was Monique Toussaint, ladies and gentlemen. So that was just phenomenal. Thank you for her. Let's get it set up because the next person we have coming up, this gentleman is from, I don't know if he's from, but I know he's in California. So I'll let him tell a little bit of his story. But we're going to bring on Cedric Nelms, Pastor. Here we go. We got you live. Let me make sure I got everybody unmuted. Keep messing that up. All right. Welcome to Born to Be Dope.
Hey, Ryan. Glad to be here, brother. This is a dope conference, man. I'm serious. This is off the chain. I love it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I'm excited to have you here. Excited for everyone, obviously, but definitely people who I love what I do because I love connecting people. I love creating platforms and I love meeting new people. You and I wouldn't have met and if I hadn't done this event. So it's a pleasure to meet you and looking forward to hearing your story and what you had to share with the people today. So before we get into it, just tell them who Cedric Nelms is, and then we're going to jump right into go a little deeper.
Okay. Well, Cedric Nelms, I am pastor of Chosen Generation Fellowship Church. I am born and raised in Los Angeles, California. The city where they say it never rains in Southern California, but that's not all true. I'm also an entrepreneur, founder, and executive director of Community Bridge Connectors Resource Center, husband, father of 5, two kids in their 30s, my oldest daughter and son, and I got a 7 that are 21. 2 boys and a girl, and I work in the nonprofit sector. So that's a little bit. Plus, I'm an author too. But.
Awesome. And you're going to share with us today. We're going to talk about the 3 cycles of life. So that is intriguing. So let's jump right in. Let's tell us what that first cycle of life is.
First cycle of life. Not too long ago, maybe a couple of years ago, I wrote a book called "Get Me Through: The Makeover of My Life." It's on Amazon. It's broken down into 3 sections. And when you look at life, pretty much we are in one of these cycles. Now, when I wrote the book, I didn't think that the pandemic was going to come to prove the first cycle to be true, which is disruption. When we find ourselves in life, there are things that will disrupt our movements. And disruptions based on our point of view, our POV, as they call it nowadays, can vary. When we had our triplets, that was disruption for my life. It may be death of a loved one. That's a disruption for somebody else's life. It could be the loss of a job. It could be a pandemic. All of those things cause some level of disruption in our lives. And we have to figure out how to maneuver through that. And when you have a disruption, I kind of set the book up somewhat like a home renovation, wherein you are evaluating what are some things that need to be knocked down. Do you need to knock a wall down? Do you need to take out some old cabinets? Do you need to be out of your kitchen for 2 months, 3 months, whatever the case might be? Those are things that cause disruption in our lives. So that's the first cycle. The second cycle is rebuilding, figuring out what I call, there was a song that was back in the day, I may be dating myself as far as my age, that was pick up the pieces. Rebuilding is about picking up the pieces and figuring out what you're going to keep, what you're going to throw away. What are some things that should be part of the foundation? What are some things that you should get rid of? And it's also about figuring out what is your sight and what is your vision. When you walk into the rebuilding if you're in the rebuilding cycle, you're trying to figure out that there are certain things that other people will see, but there's certain things that only you have a vision for. And what I mean by that is sometimes people will see the clutter, but you see the beauty because you have a vision for that. The third and final thing is releasing. Once you have done all that you need to do, once you've been disrupted, once you've rebuilt, now it's time to release it. Now it's time for you to move into, and Monique just talked about it, move into your destiny, move into that next season of life once you have come out of those cycles.
There we go. Sorry about that. Awesome. I wish we had more time to get deeper into each one of those things, but I know for me, when I write my books, I said 12 books, well, 9 that I've written, they always start with me first. It's always about my journey, something I've gone through first, and then I share with the world after I done figured this thing out. What was your story that got you to these 3 stages of life in this book that you put out? Like, what got you there?
Man, I would say, Ryan, it was just life, man. It was realizing that, like I said, the birth of my children was one stage of life. The other stage of life was just marriage, and being married and being in a marriage and understanding the different seasons of marriage. Where I was when I first got married is not where I am now. Understanding that there's an evolution of who you are as a person. What I liked at 29 is not what I necessarily like at 49. And so realizing that there's different evolutionary processes that you go through. I think one of the biggest things that caused me to write this book is I left corporate America. I took a leap of faith from leaving a job to where I was making good money. But at the same time, I was being spiritually and emotionally raped because I had to work in a setting to where I was the only Black guy in the office. And so with that came pressure. And so when I left corporate America, that means I left the salary. And I was at my cliff and I had to figure out whether my parachute was going to work or if I had a parachute at all. And part of this book that I wrote is me processing through the fall off of that cliff and how I was able to do that.
So powerful. I know there's people watching and they're at that cliff. They got a decision to make, and I didn't expect to take this turn, but we want to make sure that if you're on that cliff, you got the decision to make. We want you to choose to press on, choose life, because the beautiful thing about the struggle is that as long as you don't quit, you're gonna come out of it. There's gonna be something at the end, and then you can look back at it and see the powerful lessons that were in there. Yeah. So, Pastor Nelms, I want to go call you Pastor. I know you're a minister. I don't want to give you a title. Are you pastor? Did you say you were a pastor?
I'm pastor, but you can call me Stan, man. We got that kind of now, Ryan.
Okay, we got millions upon millions of people watching. I don't worry about walking up to you like, "What up, Sid?" But so between you and I, Sid, first of all, let me give you credit for having the dopest beard in the game. You got the dopest beard of the weekend, but I want to go ahead and give you a chance to give some closing words and tell people how they can follow you and really start working with you and get more about who you are and what you do.
Okay, cool. No, hey, just as you said, Ryan, just continue to press on. We're in a crazy season. We're kind of coming out of the last couple of years where we've been in pandemic, quarantine mindset. Allow yourself. There's two words that, well, actually three, that have been in my spirit this year. One is breakthrough. You got to realize that you are being set up for your breakthrough, whatever that breakthrough is. There has been something that you've been trying to get to. So breakthrough. The other one is rise. Get up every morning with a purpose. Get up every morning with potential. The other one is prosper. Realize that there is no scarcity. There is abundance, and live in that. So you can find me on Facebook under Cedric Nelms. Just type that in and you should be able to find me. YouTube as well. I got a YouTube page. Type in Cedric Nelms. You can also find me on cjnglobal.net. That's my personal website page. I'm also on Instagram at SETI40. And I'm on Twitter at CJN Ministries. And like I said, you can find the book, Get Me Through, The Makeover of My Life, on Amazon.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure meeting you. Love working with you on this project. And definitely next time I'm in Cali, we're going to have to get up.
Let's do it.
All right, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. Talk to you soon.
Okay.
All right, y'all. We're going to keep it moving. We are on the second half of this phenomenal first day. This is just day one. So we've got so much more in store for you. So queuing up our next speaker. So definitely excited about what's going on so far. If you are watching in the Facebook group, make sure you go ahead and throw in the chat what's been your favorite part so far. What are some nuggets that you've taken away? Also, just who's been who's reached out to you the most? Who's been your favorite speaker the most? All right, so far. Not that we're picking favorites, but who has really kind of resonated with you? So we're about to go to Kareem Ellis. If you were there, go ahead and throw your camera on for me, Kareem.
Gotcha.
All right. I don't got you. I don't see you yet.
I see you.
Turn your camera on. It's not on.
Okay, give me 1 second here.
All right.
Share screen?
No. Just is your camera on? Are you?
Yeah, I see myself in the corner.
I can't see you. Are you on the phone or on your laptop?
No, on desktop.
All right. I don't know why I can't see you. Don't see your camera yet. Try to turn it off and turn it back on if you didn't already do that.
Gotcha.
All right, y'all. We're going to take a 30-second break to get Kareem set up. Go ahead and run to the bathroom if you need to. We're going to be right back as soon as we get his camera on. Hey, enjoying yourself? Because I'm sure you're going to love that too. I have a quick question for you though. Nope. How would you like to be on stage presenting at the next Born to Be Dope Summit? Or better yet, be featured in the next Born to Be Dope visual mixtape feature film. If you have an empowering and a motivational message that will help people celebrate being unapologetically great at being themselves, or you have the secret to being dope in a particular area of life, then apply now to partner with us on the next Born to Be Dope project. Go to www.borntobedopesummit.com and click the Apply to Speak button and complete the speaker questionnaire form. We start casting next month for our next Born to Be Dope, and we just may choose you, so don't miss it.
apply now. Hi, I'm Ryan C.
I can
Greene,
see you here, but I
founder
can't
of
see
Indie
you.
Author Pro, where our mission is to help you publish independently and profit like a pro. We position authors to move beyond selling their books and help them create scalable businesses that attract clients and allow for profit growth. One of the Beyond the Book strategies we employ is teaching authors how to transform their best-selling books into sold-out online courses. So if you've written a nonfiction self-help book, then no doubt you're probably selling thousands of dollars worth of knowledge for a puny $15 to $20 and expecting that to change your financial life.
What about now?
We specialize in creating captivating and $20 book
to take themselves to the next level. What I want to do today, real quick and real fast, I want to give you 3 ways you can be dope in chasing your goals and dreams in 2022. You heard me correctly. I said I want to give you 3 ways you can be dope when it comes to chasing your goals and dreams in 2022. If you taking notes, I need you to get your hand ready because we're going to go from 0 to 100 real quick, right? Number 1, I need you to play with the loaded stacked deck. You heard me correctly. If you want to be dope and chase your goals and dreams in 2022, you got to play with the loaded stacked deck. You know, as a child growing up, I oftentimes played this game right here. It's the game called Uno. And I know no one watching this broadcast is a stranger to Uno. I hope you're not, right? You know, the name of the game is just get rid of all your cards as quickly as you can. We got 1 card left. You holler out Uno, and your job is to go out. Now, I typically would play this game with my older brother, and so it was always a vicious Uno battle, right? But every once in a blue moon, he would deal out the cards, and I would end up with a hand just like this. I mean, if you look at this hand, right, this is an unstoppable hand for my Uno players. We got 2 draw 4s. We got a multitude of draw 2s. We got a reverse. We got a verse. We got a skip card. This is unstoppable, unbeatable. This is a loaded stack deck. Only God himself could come down and stop me from winning when I got a hand this powerful. So number 1, I want you to purposely load the deck in your favor. How do you do it? Number 1, you got to find out your God-given gift and talent. You got to know your God-given gift and talent. It's my firm belief that everyone under the sound of my voice was put here with some sort of unique gift and talent that's designed to make you super successful in this thing called life. As a child growing up, I oftentimes got in trouble for, guess what? Talking too much, as if you couldn't figure that out, right? I was always in trouble for talking too much because that was my gift and talent. But I also knew how to use that gift and talent to create success. If there was a spelling bee, if there's a school play, if there's a book report, I had to get in front of the room and actually use that gift and talent to create success. I was always the alpha in life's chase. My favorite animal in the world is a cheetah, and the cheetah is known for hitting speeds of up to 70 miles per hour. 2 things I've never seen, guys. I've never seen a cheetah confused about his gift of speed. You've never seen that. You've never turned on a wildlife program, saw 2 hungry cheetahs in the bushes looking at a bunch of delicious gazelles, confused about what it needs to do to catch its meal. It activates its 70-mile-per-hour gift of speed to make it super successful. An eagle is known for spotting its prey from 2 miles in the stratosphere, right? So for that little bunny rabbit that's hopping across the field that has no clue that eagle is 2 miles above and can spot it with eagle-eye vision, the eagle obviously has the home court advantage. For that bat that's sitting in the middle of a dark, dank cave that's trying to navigate through the cave, you understand that bat uses sonar, so that way that little mouse is hiding in the crevices of the cave, even though that mouse thinks it's safe, has no clue, that bat automatically knows where that mouse is hiding at. So if all these creatures are on this planet with some sort of unique gift and talent that makes it super successful, or what I call the alpha in life's race, why do you think you sitting down here with absolutely nothing? Don't even do yourself that level of disjustice, my friend. There's something you sitting on right now that's designed to make you the alpha in life's chase, but you got to first discover and uncover what that gift and talent is. Number 1, we got to figure out what the gift is. Number 2, we got to master that gift. The way you master a gift is you actually use it on a regular basis. Don't get me wrong. I know a cheetah can run 70 miles per hour, but it takes practice in order to build up that 70-mile-per-hour speed on a regular basis. So once you discover your gift, you got to figure out how to practice in that thing on a regular basis. I've been blessed to speak all over the world. I've been speaking for close to 20 years at this point in time. You understand, this gift the gab has had years of practice of speaking again and again and again. And I know what you're thinking. You're saying, man, Kareem, that sounds great. You're on corporate stages and you're on seminar stages crushing it. No, you misunderstand. I was using this gift and talent inside corporate America to climb the corporate ladder. Your gift and talent can be used in a multitude of different ways, but first you got to figure out what it is you're sitting on. Number 2, you got to master it. Number 3, you got to plant the gift in the right environment. Now, what I've never seen is this. I've never seen this. I've never seen a cheetah designed to run 70 miles per hour, right? Put him out there on ice and snow in the middle of the North Pole and go out there and crush it in that type of environment. I know a cheetah can crush it on 70 mile per hour when it's sitting on African terrain and soil. Its gift and talent is not designed to crush it in the wrong environment. That means there's an environment for my gift and talent that's going to automatically make me the alpha. I got to discover where my gift and talent is best used at. And then number 4, I got to be in control of the gift. I have to be in control of the gift. This is something I've never seen. I've never seen a cheetah designer run 70 miles per hour, run out there and catch his meal, but as opposed to take that food back and feed himself and feed his family, make a small little detour at the local lion's den. Lay that food down at the foot of Mufasa and the rest of the lions, take a giant step back, and while the lions are enjoying this fresh kill the cheetah worked so hard to get, King Mufasa looks at the cheetah and says, come over here, man, let me talk with you real quick, because I just want to tell you, I'm mind blown by what I saw you just do. The way you was out there running 70 miles per hour, zigging and zagging, I mean, no one on my squad of killers can do that, but you did it masterfully. Tell you what, we left you a little bit of rib, a little bit of leg, there's a little bit of tail behind the bush over there. Help yourself to the scrap stuffed over. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Now, in the speaking business, what I just did was I gave you a pregnant pause. So I want you to really focus on what I just said, because for some of you, you laughing because it sounds ridiculous. For others, you thinking, that don't make any sense, Kareem. Why would a cheetah do that? Exactly. A cheetah would never do that, right? A cheetah knows that it's supposed to use its gift and talent specifically to make its way easier to feed itself and feed its family. In fact, the only creature on this planet I see that routinely trades his gift and talent for less than what it's worth is us, right? Because if we don't know the real power behind our God-given gift and talent, we'll routinely trade it for less than what it's actually worth. I've seen individuals that take a gift and talent that can make them millions of dollars and trade it for a paycheck because they're not aware of how dope that gift and talent is designed to make them be. So number one, if you want to know how to get to your goals and dreams quicker and faster, baby, you got to learn how to stack the deck in your favor. You got to figure out, what is my God-given gift and talent? How do I identify it? How do I master it? What's the right environment that I'm supposed to use it in that's going to make me the alpha in life's chase? And most importantly, am I sitting in control of the gift? Because I'll be honest with you, the person that typically controls your gift, lean in for this, the person that typically controls your gift, baby, they usually control your payday. That's number one, right? Number two, you got to make the right connections. You got to make the right connections. Now, as a child growing up, one of my favorite games in the whole wide world was this game right here, the game of Connect Four. And you guys are no stranger to this game. You know how this game works. It's all about getting 4 in a row, whether you do it vertically, diagonally, horizontally. You win the game by making 4 strategic connections in a row. You notice I use the word strategic, right? Life works the same exact way. Let me be clear with you real quick. Success is 50% what you know, 50% who you know, and more importantly, what do they know about you? Can I run that back and play it back at half speed? Success is 50% what you know, 50% who you know, and more importantly, what do they know about you? What's your gift? What's your talent? What's your expertise? What are you, the bomb.com that can't nobody touch you? Because a lot of times we miss out on game-changing opportunities because we're not connected with the right people, or the right people don't know what we do exceptionally well. 3 quick principles I'm going to give you just off this game alone. Number one, it's all about strategy. I'm going to say that again. It's all about strategy. I grew up playing this game against my siblings for many, many years. And as good as I am, I've never won this game by closing my eyes and just randomly dropping these little checker pieces into the game. I wish I was that good. I wish I was that magical. I wish I was that powerful. But I've always had to take a good look at the game board and make strategic moves on how I can get my 4 in a row. Facts about it, guys, I love to win and I hate to lose. So I'm the type of person that's going to play you, and I'm lining up 2 or 3 Connect Fours all at the same time. So if you catch me here, I'm going to get you here. If you block me here, I got you here, right? I play the game like I'm Jigsaw from the movie Saw. I got traps on top of traps on top of traps. Come on, somebody, right? But it's all about strategy. So for those of you out there saying, man, I want to be dope in 2022, I want to crush my goals and dreams, we talked about loading the deck in your favor, but strategically, who do you need to connect with? Who do you need to connect with that can give you access to the arena that you're trying to get into? When I go to an environment to speak, you understand, I'm shaking hands, I'm taking business cards, but I'm doing it very strategically. I know what my goals are in this season. So when I'm shaking hands, in the back of my mind, I'm processing whether this individual has the ability to help me get closer to my goals and dreams. Are they sitting on the door that they can open and unlock that gets me to the next level of success? So I want to be strategic in this season. For those of you chasing your dreams, stop just friending random people by just default on social media. Look at your goals and dreams and methodically start to connect with people both on the internet and off the internet that can get you a step closer to what it is that you actually want. So number one, be strategic. I would routinely play this game against my younger sister, who was 4 years younger than me. Why? Because I knew being 4 years older, it was an easy win. It was nothing difficult about playing her and beating her. I beat her 5, 6, 7 times in a row. I would win, but I was not growing, right? Because she was not the win. Why? Because when I played my older brother, he would stretch me. He would challenge me. The only way you get good at anything is you have to be challenged. Do me a favor in 2022. Stop trying to connect with people that have the same problems as you, and learn how to connect with people on the outside of your comfort zone that have your solution. And then number 3, I want you to look down the middle of this game piece right now. I want you to look down the middle, because if you look down the middle, you'll see that there's 2 red checkers right here. If I put a third checker, we have 3 in a row. One more would give us 4 in a row. That'd be a connect 4. Now, I want you to understand something. This game represents your life and the choices you get to make when you hop off this powerful, dope conference this weekend. In other words, every move you make is either going to be a connect, it's going to be a block, it's going to be a victory, it's going to be a defeat. It's all about the mindset and the choices you make. Jim Rohn said it best. He said, your life will mirror that of the 5 people you hang with the most. Only 5. So if I was to leap through this screen right now, and I was able to take a look through your cell phone with your permission, of course, and take a look and see who you've been chatting it up with the most all week long, who you've been following on social media, who you've been rocking out with on Instagram, whose DMs you've been sliding to that you think don't nobody know about. Are you sliding into DMs of people that can connect you and take you to the next level? Are you following individuals, champions of justice, like all the speakers on this Born to Be Dope conference? Are you hanging around the bottom feeders of the world, the folks that are not going to achieve anything, not do anything with their life, and they're going to relegate themselves to being stuck in the same place for the next 5 to 10 years? Success is 50% what you know, 50% who you know, but you must be clear about making the right connections. So number 2, it's all about making connections. If you want to be dope and get your goals and dreams out the way, you got to connect very strategically. And then last but not least, you got to be clear about whether you're playing checkers or you're playing chess. I'm going to say that again. You got to be clear about whether you're playing checkers with your life or playing chess. Now, as a child growing up, I loved the game of checkers. I was in 3rd grade the checkers champion. You know, you really only played checkers when you had indoor recess, right? If it rained outside or if it was too cold for the snow, for those of us in the winter states, you know, we would go outside and we play fire before smoke, winter stay on, and I was a bad mama jamma in the game of checkers. Listen, I would front jump you, back jump you, double jump you. If your mama got on this game, I'd jump her too. That's how bad I was in the game of checkers. I didn't care about nothing, right? And then a few years later, a mentor came into my life who taught me how to play chess. Now, you understand, there's a difference between checkers and chess. I'm going to say this again. There's a difference between, I literally have to wipe all the pieces off the board. I have to take all my game tokens and wipe out all your game tokens one jump at a time, right? That can be very tedious. You know, up until the age of 26, I spent my life playing checkers. That means I would jump over. As we go into the club, we go into the bar, and I know I need to be working on my book. I know I need to be working on my business. I know I need to be working on my game plan. I would find myself putting your time, putting overtime in on your job, jumping over stuff that's not relevant to where you're trying to get to in this season of your life. See, when I learned how to play chess with my life, what ends up happening was something dramatically different. Instead of trying to wipe everything off the board in order to win, I took that one goal, that one dream, that one agenda, the one thing I'm chasing in the season 2022, and all the game tokens at my disposal are not trying to wipe everything out because that's tedious. No, they're focused on putting that one thing in checkmate. They're focused, all their effort, all their energies focused on one thing, putting that one thing in checkmate. They say all the time, where your focus goes, your energy flows. So what are you focused on in 2022, the year of the new you, if you're trying to crush your goals and crush your dreams, right? Now, let me be clear about this, because the real reason why a lot of people mess this thing up, the real reason some of the folks I've coached and taught all over the world, why they don't understand the difference between playing checkers with their life or playing chess with their life, because even though they on the battlefield, if they're not careful, they'll make the mistake, because whether you're playing checkers or chess, guys, the board looks exactly the same. The board looks exactly the same. you got to be careful in this season on what game you're actually playing. Whether you are a jack of all trades, master of none, where you're doing a lot of busy work but not productive work, or are you taking what you have at your disposal and putting your goals and dreams in what I say proverbial checkmate. Let's do a quick run back because I gave you a lot of information in a little bit of time, and I want to make sure you got the tools needed to take you to your fantastic finish in 2022. Number one, I encourage you guys to stack the deck in your favor. Right? Stack the deck in your favor. Figure out what your gift is. Figure out what your talent is and see how I can take my gift and talent and use it in the arsenal or the weaponry to get me towards my fantastic finish line. What's my draw for? What's my draw to? What am I sitting on? Am I creative? Do I have communication skills? Am I a natural born leader? And I'm innovative? What am I sitting on right now that's designed to take me to the next level? And let me be clear about this. For someone that ain't figured this out, I just gave you a gem that'll change your life. You got to know the order of how to play what you sitting on, right? So number one, stack the deck in your favor. Number two, focus on making the strategic right connections. Who do you need to connect with in this season is going to help you get your proverbial with the right people that can give you opportunities that will change the trajectory of your life. And number three, be clear about whether you're playing checkers or chess with your time. Right? Your job is not to be a jack of all trades, a master of none. Your job is not to jump over everything life throws at you. Your job is to figure out what is the big goal and dream I'm looking for in this season, that if I put all my effort, all my energy, my gifts, my talents, my connections, if I put all that stuff in opposition to what I want, and I go out there with the tenacity and veracity that I know I have locked inside of me, guys, I have no problem putting my goals and dreams inside of checkmate. My name's Kareem Ellis, speaker, teacher, trainer, #1 breakthrough strategist. If you want to connect with me, you can find me on social media. I'm on Instagram at Kareem Ellis1. If you want a nice read that's going to take you to the next level, I encourage you to go on Amazon.com and pick up my best-selling book, bestseller in 7 categories, called GPS My Success. The address determines your destination. It's all about how you can set vision and achieve results in 2022 and beyond and beyond. And guys, I want to encourage you to spend time listening to every single speaker as they drop gems and nuggets of wisdom that's going to help you get to your fantastic finish line. Remember, you've been empowered to win. Stop playing to lose. And all that you do in the season of 2022, I encourage you, be blessed.
Don't go nowhere.
Gotcha.
I'm going to just let that sit in for a minute.
Okay.
No, I mean, man, y'all, Kareem Ellis, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, come on. That was phenomenal. This is why you need the replay, because, you know, you're going to have to go back and listen to that a couple of times because he dropped so many gems in there. So make sure you go get the replay. It's still available. You can still get that. But, man, thank you so much, Kareem. Thank you. Now y'all see why I was going to get him on regardless, right? So thank you, man. Thank you. We got to keep it moving, though, but thank you so much, man.
We ready for round two. We already ready for the second conference, baby. We already ready for the second conference. We got you.
Thank you. Take it easy, brother.
All right.
This gentleman we're about to bring up next. Oh, man. He said, everywhere that his crew go, everywhere that... I'm going to mess up the whole lyrics, man. Listen, I'll mess up the whole song. It's party time. For those who don't know, I'm gonna bring it up because that's his baby. But we gonna talk about life after his baby as well. Let me make sure I got him queued up. Ladies and gentlemen, Tracy Lee, hip hop legend, turned entertainment attorney. Man, Tracy, thank you for joining Born to Be Dope. How are you, brother?
So much for having me, man. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
I can hear. Yeah, I got you up now. I can hear you. You're a little low, but I can hear you though.
Okay, hold on. Let me see. Can you hear me now? Can you see? You can see me, right?
I can see you good, but we're having a little trouble hearing you.
Oh, let's see. Let's see.
The mic is on. It's just not very loud.
My mic is on, or your mic is on?
No, I can. Your mic is on. It's just not very loud. I can hear you though, but we're gonna roll with it.
Okay. Hopefully, everybody out there that, or at least in the chat, if you can't hear me, or if I'm too low for you, please let me know, and I will, increase the volume.
Yeah,
project.
And if you get the VIP package when you hit a replay, we're gonna boost the volume anyway. So we do all the edits, make sure it's perfect for that. So, but definitely, I can hear you though. So good, man. Thank you for joining us. Look like a dinosaur just walked in front of you. Big old shadow just came by.
Hold on, yeah, there we go.
All right, good stuff, brother. All right, listen. So for those who may be unfamiliar, maybe you weren't dope in 1997, 96, 7 when it came out. This is the gentleman who gave us that hip hop anthem, the classic. It's called it was called the theme. I keep calling it the anthem. It's called the theme, but it's called Party Time. Yes, the theme, Party Time. But you know, I bring that up just so you know who he is. But we're gonna talk about who he is now. Tracy Lee, welcome, man. Let's start though from the beginning. And again, he's also featured in the Born to Be Dope video, the Born to Be Dope film. So a lot of his story is in there. But we want to go ahead and just kind of touch on, talk to us about, we talked about the journey in the film, so I don't want to get into that again, but I do want to talk about the moment, not the moment, the season though, because there's a lot of people out there who are trying to get big. They're trying to be rappers, singers, actresses, all that kind of stuff. They want to be in front of the camera. You had that. You lived that. You were, number one on Rap City and all that kind of stuff. And then it was gone. So that's what I want to start there about the transition from hip hop star Tracy to how you ended up attorney Tracy and finding that second act in your life. And you still, let me be clear, you still rap. You still a hip hop artist. You just put out an album. We're gonna talk about that too. So I don't want to think people like you retired. You still do that. But it's more of an independent thing. It's still great. I listened to it yesterday, man. So still great music. But let's talk about that season right there when you had to really reevaluate and restart.
Well, really, it was a bit of a revelation. And the reason why I say that is because it got to a point where, the label was no longer interested. They had, wanted to invest their money and energy into other people that were coming down the pipeline, like the Cash Moneys and the Nellies and that sort of thing. And, of course, everybody knows who these guys are, very successful in their own right. But, a part of the game that was never taught to me in my quest to become, a world famous MC or MC of notoriety is that, 10% of that, was based on talent, and 90% of that, and I'm making guesstimations, 90% of that was based on the business. And again, with my aspiration just to be the dopest MC, because we're going to continuously use that word dope, since this is what we're standing on today, to be the dopest MC, was my aspiration, and that was all that I saw. Blinders on. But once you get into this game, you understand that, it really is a small of being successful in this business is about. So eventually we get dropped. And then I had to do some soul searching. I had encountered a couple of things within the business. There were some things that, my representation, or at least my first representation, the representation that I had when I signed my deal, didn't really explain to me, and I'm not going to say that the onus was 100% on him, because I had to do my due diligence as well. But there was a level of expectancy because of his expertise, you know what I mean? And that was not properly, in my opinion. And then once you get into the business and you encounter, the people that you're doing business with, they aren't always forthright in their presentation as well, because when you're negotiating in any type of business setting, their MO is to gain an advantage. Just like your MO on the other side of the table is to gain an advantage. So that's where the negotiation is supposed to, take place. So, but again, these are the things that I did not fully understand, because my focus was just being a dope MC. And so when I got dropped, you contemplate, you think about what your next move is, you think about, where do we go from here? And I'm a very spiritual person as well. So, I'm talking to God constantly, as I do today. I don't make a move, what I'm saying, without, checking the inner and checking the universe and checking with God about, the things that I should be making or the moves that I should be making. And so it was really like a revelation, man. You've gotten to the point where you've achieved some success in this game. You've learned some things by bumping your head, as opposed to I guess going the educational route and reading up on stuff. You kind of had to take a couple of setbacks in order to realize that this is what it is. And so, just by divine, from divine intervention, it was like it clicked. Go to school. Matter of fact, go to law school. I had already achieved my bachelor's degree from Howard University. The Howard University, HU. But it was like further your education, man. Not only for yourself, but for others that are coming up in the game behind you, that are going to encounter these same situations, because my situation and the way I thought about the game is nothing different from the way the business was ran back in the 1950s and with rock and roll and doo-wop and all of these great artists that were basically getting robbed for their IP. So go back to school, learn the game, not only for yourself but for others. And so I decided to take the LSAT, and I got, my scores were well enough to get me into Southern University Law Center in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. I got my JD in 2003, graduated in 2000. I went to school in 2003, got my JD in 2006, passed the bar in 2007, and been a licensed attorney for the last 15 years.
Awesome, man. Awesome. So, and I encourage y'all to make sure you watch the film, because Tracy tells a real funny story about that journey between, when he was working, what he was doing, his job. Before. Yeah. So I'm gonna let them watch the movie for that, right? They gotta watch the film for that. But why was it important that you got into law? Like you said, you took the LSAT, you got that because I love your reason. Why did you decide to get into law, and how are you able to how that able to keep you still in the hip hop game?
Well, again, it was the reason why is because it facilitates a need within the culture of hip hop, to see, or it's important for others that are trying from an artistic perspective to see someone like myself who has done it, continues to do it, and did it at a level, at least at one time that you're trying to get to. But I can also provide you with the type of guidance that you will need. And it's I would like it to be a trustworthy situation where it's not just your typical, I guess, typical representation that we have encountered in the past, where you may have people that have expertise in the field, but there's nobody out there that has did it on the mic and been successful on the mic and still have, basically made themselves available to also be able to guide you from the legal perspective, within the culture, within hip hop culture. So that's the reason why I chose that. Basically, but there was an interest, there was a need, and I just felt like there was a big void, because it's an anomaly. There's nobody out there, not to toot my own horn or anything, but there's nobody out there like me. You know what I'm saying? I'm a unicorn, if you will.
Absolutely. Hey, this is about being dope, bro. We tooting all horns tonight. So all day we tooting horns today. So absolutely. I do, before we get you out of here, we want to talk about the music, because like I said, I want people to understand you still are in music. You still are releasing dope music. So talk to us about, we'll talk about your music, but why do you think, and I talk to older MCs, I don't talk to older MCs, I talk to older people, my generation, about we grew up in hip hop. We love hip hop. We don't just grow up and say, oh, I don't like hip hop no more. But I think it's too many grown MCs trying to be young MCs, so talk to us about you finding your lane as an independent artist, so I mean, and just, I don't know, I just want to know where you are with that. What is it? Why was it important that you still record? How is that journey going for you? And maybe encourage some who are out there who feel like, yeah, I'm older, but I still got something to say. Because you don't lose your talent, you don't lose your passion and your love. You just may not be getting on the urban radio stations every day like the young cats, but we can still find that music now. So talk to us about that whole thing.
Um, I mean, to keep it all the way 100, to keep it a buck, man, we are of the culture. You know what I'm saying? Again, it goes back to the premise of this summit, man. We were born to be dope. Dope is a word that has been cultivated within the culture of hip hop. I don't care, how old you get. If you are of the culture, you are of the culture. You know what I'm saying? Period. So it never leaves you. You can be 15, you can be 50, you can be 75. You will continue to be of the culture. So, who says, and because I was born in 1970, we are of the, from the inception. So as the culture gets older, you know what I'm saying, or matures, we mature right along with it because we are the representation of the culture. So you continue to do the things that you've always been doing. It's innate. It's what you do. It's not a job. It's not something that you've learned how to do. Either you do it or you don't. Either you're of the culture or you're not. So you continue to do these things that you've always been doing. They try to put the stigma out there that especially from the music perspective, that it's a young man's sport. Well, it's not. We are in uncharted waters. You know what I'm saying? It has never been here because we haven't gotten to this age yet. So now that we're at, it's here. You know what I'm saying? And then we'll continue to grow 5, 10, 15. So as long as we are still alive, we will be of the culture. So this is why we continue to do it. This is why we still put out music. This is why we still, with Glory, the album, we touch on, these subjects and topics that relate to us at this particular time. So, you can stream that at all streaming platforms, and then we expand. Like we have this book, Glory the Manuscript, which is a correlation, or should I say an attachment to the music. So at one point we were just making music. Now we're doing coffee table books because this is where we are in the culture. You know what I'm saying? We do wine pairings. I do a wine pairing every month where we pair hip hop albums with certain bottles of wine. Why? Because I'm almost 52 years old, and this is where I am in the culture right now. I sip wine. I don't drink 40s no more. You know what I'm saying? So as we get older, the culture gets older, and we start to broaden our horizons in all aspects.
Man, I love it. I love that, and you put that so well, and that's exactly it, man. So y'all young cats out there trying to, ladies, stop trying to get your Meg knees on, knowing you can't get up. All right, start listening to some of this grown folk hip hop, yo. Let's stop it. All right, it's good to bob your head too. I ain't going front. I mean, all of it's not trash, but it's still like how old you are, and you need to stop trying to bust it wide open and all that craziness. And fellas, stop. All right, pick your pants up. Stop trying to be the little young thugs out there and be a grown man and sip some wine. Not 40.
Once you put on that COVID 40 or whatever it is, you know you can't put them type.
Right. Absolutely, man. And I love it, Tracy. You told them they can stream the music, but I'm gonna give you one more chance. Tell them one more time that the album Glory, how they can get it, and how they can follow you as well.
Yes, you can go to TracyLeeMusic.com. That's TracyLee music.com for everything Tracy Lee, from the music to the merch. You can go to Left TV, LLEFT. That's left spelled with 2 L's, LLEFT. TV on YouTube for all your content. Of course, you can, we're on all the socials, on IG at Trey Lee. At Tracy Lee ESQ, TracyLeeESQ. We're on Twitter at Trey Lee, TRAYLEE. But again, I want to re-emphasize Tracy Lee Music, TracyLee music.com for everything Tracy Lee. Music, merch, manuscript, etc.
Thank you so much, brother. Thank you for just agreeing to this, being a part of it, saying yes when I gave you the call, man.
Oh, man, anytime, brother, anytime. This is a beautiful platform. I've been energized. I've been listening to all the speakers. I love it, man. I love it. Beautiful job.
Great, man. We'll be in touch. Talk to you later.
Peace.
All right, man. That was Tracy Lee. I had Tracy Lee on Born to Be Dope. What? Come on now. So, but let's go. We are coming down the home stretch. We've got 2 power trainings for you. How we're going to end out today. So let me bring on our. Let me get her ready. All right, there we go. Let me bring on. Oh, Cassandra Hill. Welcome to Born to Be Dope, Cassandra.
I'm like McDonald's. I'm loving it.
I love that. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So we are, this has been a great day, a phenomenal day. So we just had so many great people joining us. I am overwhelmed. I can't wait to just be able to decompress a little bit, follow up on some of these comments and chats and all that kind of stuff. So, but we want to keep it moving because I know you have something in store for us. Before you jump into your presentation, I do want to go ahead and give you a chance to introduce yourself to the audience, tell them who Cassandra Hill is, and then we can jump right in.
Sure. My name's Cassandra Hill. I am a Christian holistic wellness influencer, and I'm on a mission to transform the physical, emotional, and spiritual health of Black women. That's my mission, and that's what I'm passionate about. Stay connected with me, live.healthy for life on Instagram as well as Facebook.
Wonderful. Now tell us what we got in store for today, and then I'm going to give you the reins.
Oh, wow. Today, y'all, you probably going to be a little surprised. Today, I'm going to talk about living that butterfly life. Yes, butterflies. You're going to listen to me talk about transforming into a new you. That's what we'll be talking about today, and give you a little perspective on what it takes to become the new you and achieve that level of dopeness that I know you're ready to receive in this life because you're here at Born to Be Dope Summit.
All right, wonderful. I'm excited. I can't wait. Get my notepad. So I keep saying to make sure I really do have my notepad right here, y'all. I'm not just talking this thing. I'm walking this thing. Has anyone ever said that before? Did I just make that up? Like, did I just spit bars? Tracy, can I get a feature on your next album? Sorry. All right. Anyway, let me stay focused. That's what I'm not talking this thing. I'm walking this thing. All right. That's probably somebody probably said that before. But anyway. All right, let us go. Cassandra, I'm turning it over to you. The floor is yours. Be dope.
All right. We admire the beauty of the butterfly, but we rarely admit the changes it undertook to achieve that beauty. A quote by the late, great Maya Angelou. For the past few years, I've come to have a deep appreciation for the butterfly. And I know you may be thinking, what's so great about a butterfly? But here's the thing. When I was diagnosed with systemic lupus, I learned that one of the common characteristics of a person living with lupus is a butterfly rash. And let me tell y'all, when I learned that I could potentially walk around with a butterfly on my body, in which a lot of people get them on their face. For a while, I had one on my cheek. I'm sure you can understand. I was pretty concerned. I'm like, what? Let me delve more into this. So then I started to think about how butterflies come into existence. And let me tell you, the process that they undergo to be what we see flying around and look so pretty, the process is phenomenal. It all starts with a butterfly laying an egg on a plant. Then it develops into a caterpillar. And the caterpillar's main job is to eat. And I know y'all thinking, man, I wish I had that job. The caterpillar almost never stops eating so they can grow quickly. For the first meal the caterpillar has, wait for it, is its own eggshell. And then they eat the leaf they were born onto. After that, they go to the third stage of life where the butterfly increases its mass over 100 times from the size it was when it was born. And it's at this stage that the outer layer of the caterpillar, which is called the cuticle, that's removed. This process is also known as molting. And in simple terms, molting is shedding its outgrown skin. The caterpillar normally goes through this 4 to 6 times, generally shedding their skin at least 4 to 5 times in the process. Did you catch that? The caterpillar has to shed, it has to eat its own skin to become a new being. Now the chrysalis is hanging from the safe area that was around the plant where it took birth. The chrysalis organs are starting to form, and finally you have a butterfly. So the butterfly goes through the process of eating its own skin, the outgrown skin it does not need to become this beautiful being. What about you? What are the things you know you need to shed to reach your next level? What are the things that you know you're dope, but you're holding on to things that's not so dope? You are too dope to follow anyone who's gonna rob you from morphing into your butterfly. You need to begin shedding, knowing this process serves to refine you. And one of the things that's really helpful as you're shedding, as you're peeling back these layers, give yourself time away from distractions like social media. If you spent just a few days, 1 week without answering all those notifications and messages, you would have way more time to focus on the things that really matter in your life, the things that are really important. Even just taking time away from television as well. Give yourself that time. In this time, you're assessing yourself and you're also looking at your inner circle. Ask yourself some tough questions. How does this person impact your life? Everyone who's in your circle, they're either helping you reach your next level or they're a hindrance. There's no in between. To make space for greatness, to make space for dopeness, you have to get rid of things that may be okay. You might have to get rid of some things that are even good to make space for greatness. This is the time to be honest with yourself because you're worthy of the greatest things life has to offer, and to receive that greatness, like I said, there is no space for mediocre. Everyone who's listening to this, whether you're watching live or you're catching this replay, know, and I've heard this from so many of the dope speakers who came before me, God has a plan for your life. If you're here, if you're alive, breathing, God has a plan for your life. And when he wants you to let go of something or someone, know that he always, not most of the time, not sometimes, but all the time, he has something better in store for your life. So trust him, trust that process, and know that becoming that butterfly requires you to shed even yourself to become the butterfly. Okay, so now you've shed it, you've peeled back all those layers. Now you are a butterfly. What does that look like? What would it look like living that life as a butterfly? You're transformed, you got this new body, and you're looking fabulous. You're walking with a little help in your step, and there's a feeling inside of you that makes you feel untouchable because guess what? You are. Now, if you're feeling this good, you wouldn't dare put a junk in your temple. You wouldn't put a bunch of junk in your temple, would you? Of course not. So here are a few tips to keep you in pristine condition. Everyone who's here, 2020, we know what 2020 brought, don't we? 2020 brought nojoke.com virus. And it's real, and this virus, along with its variants, are still out here running the streets. Not as bad, thank goodness, but you still want to do something to protect your health. Your immune system is what will come up to the plate. It'll fight for you. Viruses, bacteria, any foreign invader from your body. And in order for the immune system to work correctly, you got to give it the right stuff. So here are a few pointers to help your immune system stay strong. First thing you want to do, use an antiviral daily. Essential oils like tea tree, peppermint, oregano act as an antiviral. I know this is something you might not have heard on the news, but antivirals do just that. They stop the growth of viruses. Yes, when taken on a consistent, regular basis, taking antivirals will demolish viruses even when they start looking your way. So, those antivirals, really, really important. Getting those in your system. For those of you who are into hemp, the latest research studies show that hemp prevents COVID-19 from entering the body as well. Now, not all hemp is created equal. Hemp are CBD. So please do your due diligence. Look at the certificate of analysis to make sure what you're getting is something that's actually going to help your body stay healthy, stay doing what it's supposed to do so you can be dope out here in these streets. So you're doing these things, you're protected from this virus, you're feeling comfortable walking in these streets. So you can focus on building wellness. I'm sure everyone here is taking their vehicle for oil change. You ever notice how the mechanic drains the old oil before he puts in the new oil? Your body is pretty similar in building wellness. You got to get rid of the gunk that's causing you to lack energy and carry extra weight. One of the easiest ways to do that is through detoxing. When you detox your body, it eliminates the waste so you can make space for the greatness. Most people will benefit from doing a detox for at least 5 days, but if you can stretch it out for a week, it's even better. During your detox, your body's getting the real good stuff. It's getting the fruit, veggies, herbal teas, smoothies, all that good stuff. For the best results during your detox, it would be great if you stayed away from alcohol, soda, meats. However, if you find it difficult to refrain from meat, eat small portions, fish, turkey, chicken, since they are leaner cuts of meat. With the fruits and veggies, you want to do your best to get in 9 to 13 servings of fruits and veggies a day. I know y'all thinking, Cassandra, you're gonna lost your doggone mind. 9 to 13, yes, but here's the thing, it's so easy to do. Here's my cheat fix. This is how I'm able to do it. Start your day with a smoothie. Quick breakfast. Actually, that's quicker than fixing a full-blown breakfast. You can make a smoothie in less than 5 minutes. Give yourself more than enough nutrition to start your day the right way. If you're looking for some inspiration for smoothie recipes, when you go to my Instagram at live.healthyforlife, you'll see the link in my bio. Click on it. You'll have access to all my social media handles. Go to my Pinterest page. I have tons of recipes there for smoothies. I have a board specifically for that to give you some inspiration so you can fuel your body and give your body the nutrition it so desperately needs. Okay, so you got rid of the gunk in your body with your detox. Now, remember, think back. I know for some of us, I know for me, I've been out of school for a little while, but think back to being in school and doing a science fair project. Remember how most of us always wanted that volcano for some reason. I know I did. I did science fair projects. I was a science nerd. Let me tell you, I did science fair projects until I couldn't, until I was out of school. And you remember doing your volcano and you wanted the eruption. So you always used an acid like Coca-Cola or something to create your eruption. At some point, it was time for the eruption to stop. So you applied a base like baking soda to get the eruption to stop. Your body is somewhat similar. When we put tons of acid in our bodies, whether it's coffee, processed meats, or foods, red meats, our body starts to get a little acidic. So to keep the body slightly alkaline, because we do know research has shown that being alkaline is better for your overall health. You want to eat foods, whether it's cucumbers, spinach, broccoli, pineapples, to give your body that pH of 7. And that's where being alkaline starts at 7 or higher. Another thing that you can do in keeping your body alkaline is by drinking alkaline water. I know there's several brands on the market. I'm not an affiliate of no company, but what I can tell you, what I drink when I'm at the store, what I pick up, Core Hydration, Life Water, these are brands that I can vouch for that are actually alkaline. If you do choose to get something else, invest in a pH strip. Only costs a few bucks. Dip the water into the pH strip, and normally most pH strips change colors, let you know if it's alkaline or not, because all of these alkaline waters aren't alkaline. So you want to make sure that you're getting the good stuff. And keeping your body alkaline also adds another layer of protection and being more resistant to viruses and bacteria. Here's what I know. If you wait till you're sick and you have a full-blown inferno, it's harder to put out an inferno versus a flame. And if you're here, you're dope. In order to carry out your dopeness, it is going to require you to be healthy, mind, body, and soul. So invest in your health. Your health, I know this is a cliche saying, it is your wealth. Without health, you don't have anything else in life. So your butterfly life, it started out with you shedding that excess skin, peeling back those layers, getting rid of the things that no longer serve you. You looked at your inner circle, you determined who was a fit, who wasn't, who was in there for a season or for a reason of your life. You started to give your body what it needed. So as this transformed person, you can continue to grow and become your best self. And the last thing that's so important in being a transformed person is reprogramming your mind. Let me tell you, the level of dopeness that's inside of you is based off your thoughts. Your thoughts are so very powerful. And here's the thing, your mind cannot distinguish fantasy from reality. Let that marinate. your mind doesn't know fake from real. Use this to your advantage. Every day, think about reaching your next level of dopeness. Have a visual in your mind of what it would look like and feel like. When you think about something long enough, it will manifest in the natural world. Now, I know you may be thinking, Cassandra, how do you know this? Well, I could tell you about all the studies and research I've done about the mind, about the brain, or I could tell you about my personal experience. And I think you guys rather hear about my personal experience than all the studying I did as a gerontologist. So I'm going to opt and give you my personal experience. So here it goes. In 2014, I was diagnosed with systemic lupus, as I mentioned earlier. When I got that diagnosis, doctors recommended a regimen for me that included chemo, drugs, and steroids to manage my health. But the drugs actually made my health worse with all the side effects. And I'm sure you guys can relate to dealing with some side effects from medication. If you watch TV, you see the commercials, they list off about 50 side effects, and normally they end with death. Thankfully for me, I didn't get death, but I got some real bad side effects. And I thought, man, I woke up one morning and I'm like, I'm so tired of being sick. That one thought changed my life. Days later, I had a nutritionist reach out to me on LinkedIn. She was actually looking for a gerontologist. Who would have thought? She was looking for a gerontologist for a project. And during our conversation, I discussed some of the symptoms I was experiencing and informed her. I'm like, yeah, I can do this project, but I'm going to need a little extra time because I'm not working at 100% now. She made some suggestions on some foods to help with my symptoms, primarily with the pain. And I thought to myself, I have nothing to lose, so let me try it. I tried it, and to my surprise, there was some relief. And I'm like, okay, if these few little foods can make any type of difference in my health, let me explore even more. I went back to college, started taking courses in health and wellness, alternative health. And can you guys believe that within a few months, I developed a regimen that put me in remission with systemic lupus? I've been in remission since 2016. That one thought completely changed my life. When I told myself that I was tired of being sick, my life changed. But here's the thing. If I can do it, so can you. Your mind is capable of changing your life trajectory. There is nothing special about me to where like, oh, this is some top secret. You can change your life simply by the way you think. Live the life you deserve when you train your mind to create your new path. And here's the great thing, because you're part of the Born to Be Dope Summit, my Mindset Reset digital course is available to you. In this course, you will learn how to demolish those mindset blocks that's been plaguing you, but you're not cursed to live with these blocks forever. With some guidance and with some exercises, you can break these bad habits. You will naturally feel less stressed and more fulfilled. And plus, what's even better, this course comes with a lifetime access, so you can come back and get a refresher again and again. So how the course is set up is 4 modules that are included in the course. Module 1, ditch everything and everyone that brings you down, bringing the joy to your activities and your relationships. getting rid of the ones that hurt. I delved into that a little bit in my presentation today, but in the course, you're going to get the full kit and caboodle on how to make that a reality. You'll get the exercises, you'll do the work on how to shed those people who deep in your heart, that, okay, this person isn't really meant to be in my life, but getting a practical solution on how to make it reality. Module 2, count your blessings, making gratitude easy, even when times are tough. I know right now oh my goodness, we've been through the pandemic. We're experiencing inflation like never before. We're living in uncharted times. But however, because you're here, I know you're dope and you have been blessed. So you'll learn how to count your blessings even during the times where it seems like it's dark. In module 3, learning how to be enthusiastically, authentically you, loving the real you and letting that woman or man shine out. And in the last module, module 4, you can build a business that you love again. Give your business a makeover that excites you, and you'll learn how to take care of you and still be productive in your business. So now is the time to spread your wings and fly like the butterfly you are. You can sign up for the Mindset Reset course. Use the word dope to receive 10% off. Not only that course, but everything available, digital products. Using that code dope, you will receive 10% off. Visit my link tree. It's in my Instagram handle, live.healthy4life. Until next time, you guys, this is Cassandra Hill, your Christian holistic wellness influencer, wishing you much health and happiness. Be blessed, y'all.
Awesome presentation. You know what I loved about that was that you told your story. You gave us some insight, some help, but then you said, listen, I'm going to prove to you why I know what I know. So, because, there's a lot of people out there who say a lot of stuff, but you said you added the documentation to it. So definitely appreciate that. Love your story. And definitely love the presentation. So y'all who are watching, make sure you go ahead, listen. And I say, listen, I'm talking to me first. Listen. It's time to get our health under control. Stop thinking that health is only what you can see on the outside, but definitely understand that it's more than that, and make sure that you are doing that. So whichever way you choose, make sure you find a way to get healthy with that. So thank you so much, Cassandra. You were awesome. Thank you for being part of the Born to Be Dope Summit. And with that, we gonna let you go. All right. We are coming down. Well, we passed the home stretch. We are at the home, the end. We have our final presenter for today, and wait a minute. There we go. All right. So our final presenter for the day. Don't go logging off. I'm trying to get this straight. There we go. Sorry. Don't go logging off as soon as she's done, because we got some announcements and things for tomorrow. We got a couple of giveaways. So we'll make sure that you are tuned in for that as well. But we are ready to go to our final power workshop for the day. Let me bring her on, Ms. Verlisa Waring. Did I say your name right? I say it that way in my head, but I've never actually asked you how to pronounce your name. Can you hear me? Wait, I can't hear you. Hold on. Unmute yourself. Check.
Can you hear me?
There we go. All right, got you.
Check.
All right. Yep, we hear you. So did I say your name right, or did I butcher it?
Awesome. It's wearing like you're wearing your clothes.
Okay, I got that part right. But your first name, Verlisa?
Verlisa.
All right, great. All right. So,
Lisa.
Got you. We're going to turn it over to you. Thank you. You are closing us out for our last power workshop. We're going to give you the floor. Before I do that, just go ahead and tell people who you are first before I just send you off and kick you onto the stage. Tell people who you are, what they're about to get, and then we'll jump into it.
Okay. Awesome. My name is Verlisa Waring. I am a United States Marine Corps veteran. I am an ordained minister here in Atlanta, Georgia. I am also the CEO and owner of It Is Written Publishing Company, based out of Atlanta also. So I am super excited to be a part of this great platform. And I almost wanted to say, Ryan, that I feel like a proud mama, but I don't think I'm that much older than you. So I'll say I feel like a proud, big sister to you. So today I celebrate your unapologetic dopeness, because not only did you say, I'm not going to apologize for who I am, I'm getting ready to sound the alarm for everybody in the world to say, I'm not apologizing anymore. I'm going to step out and do what I need to do because I know I'm dope. So congratulations for creating this platform. And now I feel like a little groupie because I'm on the platform with the Dr. Cheryl Empower Wood, Kareem Ellis, Kern Cherry, and it's so many more. So I'm just like the little bitty sisters of all of them. So I'm excited. Today we're going to deal with tapping into the power of you. Tapping into that power of you. That's what we're going to be discussing today, sir.
Awesome. Well, sis, you go ahead. I'm going to turn the floor over to you, and you can go ahead and take us home. The floor is yours.
Awesome. So how many people actually feel that you are dope? How many people actually understand that your dopeness is the uniqueness of who you are? How many even realize before you were a twinkle in your mother and your father's eye, you were already known before the foundations of this very earth? Yes, you were known before the foundations of this very earth, before you was even a twinkle of the eyes of your parents. You were already set apart to be a prophet unto this nation. You were set apart to be a prophet unto this nation. What do I mean? There was something placed within inside of you. We know it is called DNA. That was a seed that was placed inside of each one of you that obtains what is called greatness. And with that greatness, each moment of your life, you experience different life challenges. You have some wins, you have some losses, you have some failures, you have some pains, you have some hurts, you have celebrations. You have greatness that's within you. And it was in you from the beginning of time. Not only did you have that greatness from the beginning of time, you were made unique. You were made different from other people. And regardless of us being able to connect with each other, because there's something that binds us together, you are different from everyone. But let me take you a step further so you can understand the greatness that's within each one of you. When you were born, you were created with 263 bones. You have 600 muscles in your body. You have 970 miles of blood vessels, 32 feet of intestines. You have 32 teeth, or some of us may have used to have 32 teeth, but you were born to have 32 teeth in your mouth with a tongue that holds 400 cups on it, that you will be able to decipher what is sweet, what is bitter, what is hot, and what is cold. You were born to be dope. Inside your ears are 1,000 tiny hairs that can pick up the highs and the lows of the tones of sound. Within you, there is a heart that beats 60 to 80 beats per minute, the average of being 72 beats. You were born dope because your very eyes are like a camera. Whatever you see, it transmits it to the brain to let the brain know what your body needs to do. If you're not excited about you being dope, I'm excited about you and being dope, because you was born with your dopeness. You didn't have to do nothing from that very beginning. So today, since you know that you're dope and you know what was placed already in your body from the very beginning, the three things that we're going to touch base on right now. The first one, you're going to have to acknowledge, recognize, and understand your identity. Acknowledge, recognize, and understand your identity. Number 2, you have to show up for your life. You have to show up for your life. And number 3, real simple. You have to do the first 2. You have to repeat the first 2 steps. So what do you mean? I have to acknowledge, recognize, and understand. You have to acknowledge who you are. You have to recognize who you are, and you have to understand who you are. What is your identity? You were born to be different. You were born to be unique, but you were automatically born to be a leader. Yeah, you were born to be a leader. Even from infancy, you led your parents. How did you lead your parents? When you were hungry, when you were wet, when you were in discomfort, you made a noise, you made a sound. They knew your facial expressions that caused them to move. Some of you all say as an adult, well, I don't think I could be a leader. Yes, you can be a leader. You could either be a leader in a good arena or you could be a leader in a bad arena. See, from the beginning of time, it's recorded that you are to be the head and not the tail. You've been in situations that you feel as though that, I'm on the back burner. I'm just a little nobody. No, you're the head. You're going to be first, but you have to think that. It tells you that you're the lender and not the borrower. You don't have to be in debt. You're supposed to be able to get out here and shake and move the way you need to so that people can borrow from you. You are who you decide you want to be. But from the very beginning, you was destined to be great. From the very beginning, you were set aside to be a prophet to the nation. What do you mean? I'm not in ministry like you, Verlisa. That's what some of you all probably say. I'm not in ministry like you. So what you mean I'm supposed to be the prophet to the nation? You have experienced life-changing situations in your life. You've dealt with some pains. You dealt with some hurts. You dealt with some defeats, some failures. You are that bounce back kid that everybody knows. You are to share your story. You are to show up. Going into number 2, you are to show up for your life. You are to show up and be the example to that woman, to that little girl, to that little boy, and even to that man that I've been through this. And just like I came out of this, just as I did not allow this to be a stumbling block for me, I used my experience to be a stepping stone for me so that I can step into that destination that I'm supposed to be in. You can too. So not only do you have to acknowledge who you are, acknowledge that you're great, acknowledge that you're a winner, acknowledge that you're amazing, acknowledge that you're bold and you're beautiful, acknowledge that you're charismatic, that you're caring, you're compassionate, acknowledge that you are developed, you're destined for greatness. You have to show up. You have to show up, and how you show up in your life, you have to invest. What do you mean I have to invest? We're going to break invest down into an acronym. You have to imagine what it is that you want your life to look like. You have free will. So free will means that you have a decision to make. You have a decision to go to the left or go to the right. You have a decision to make if you're going to tap into someone else that is in the area that you want to be in, or you have the decision of, I'm going to wing it myself. You have to imagine what it is you want, how you want it, and how you're going to actually make it come to pass. That's number 1, imagine. The second, the N is you have to notate everything that you imagine in your mind. You have to write it down. You have to go step by step. Some would say you have to create a business plan. For those who are aspiring, you really might not know what a business plan is, so write your thoughts down. Just do a brain dump of everything that you imagine and write it down. The next thing after you imagine and you make your notations, then you're going to have to visualize the end from the very beginning. I'll say that again. You must visualize the end result at the very beginning. You have to see everything that you have in your mind. You have to already see it has manifested. You have to already see that it's done. When you see that it's already done, that gives you the inspiration, that gives you the motivation to keep going. What is the S? The S is you're going to have to stand. You're going to have to stand up. Why would I say you're going to have to stand up? Because you might fail. Your first go around, you might make so many mistakes. But when you make your mistakes, don't get discouraged. Don't get dismayed. Get back up and learn from the mistakes that you have just made. That's how we learn. You make a mistake and then you go back and you research, where did I miss? Or, you know what? I've gone back to look at this and I still can't figure it out. That's when you find a coach, you find someone in the field that you're trying to arise into, and you ask them, hey, I tried to do this. What did I miss? So that they can help you along the way. So now you've imagined, you've made your notations, you wrote it out, you've visualized, you've seen the end right at the beginning. Now you know I done made some mistakes, I done failed, but I'm getting back up and I'm standing on my 2 feet. Now you have to trust the process. Trust that everything that you've written down, everything that you imagine, it is going to happen. Stop waiting for someone to be your biggest cheerleader. You have to be your own cheerleader. If you're the only one rooting for yourself, you do that. You look yourself in the mirror and you say, you know what? You made the best decision. I need you to hold your head up. I need you to straighten your back out and hold those shoulders straight. And girl, man, you got this. I need you to shake it off. You got to shake off the dust. Shake off the negative thoughts that are coming in your head. Because guess what? You are your biggest critic. And you can also be your biggest enemy. Stop the negative of, you can't do that. I don't know why you're sitting up here trying to do that. So-and-so is doing that. No, you trust the process. There was a reason from the very beginning that you started it. Why was that? Because placed inside of you was that dream. It was a vision. And it has to come to pass. Whatever has begun, it is going to continue on until it's complete. So don't you quit. Imagine what it is that you want. Make notes. Write it down step by step. Write out that business plan. Visualize the ending, the end result from the very beginning. Get back up and stand when you fall and you make mistakes. Reach out and ask somebody to help you. And then trust the process. What is the third step out of all of this? You say, you've acknowledged your identity. You've recognized who you really are, not who other people say you are, but for real, you know who you are. Now you understand. Not only do I know who I am, I know the power that's within me to make it do what it do, for me to do what I need to do to accomplish the dreams and make not my dreams just a dream, but cause my dreams to be a reality. You've done that. Now you showed up for your life. You've invested. You've taken the steps. That third thing, when you fall off, when somebody says something wrong, when that so-called circle that you've surrounded with you, you realize that they just the circle, but they're not in your corner. When they turn their back on you and they walk away, when they say, oh, I don't know why he think he could do that. I don't know why she thinks she could do that. She knows she don't have the money to do that. You still imagine. You still go over your business plans, your notes. You still visualize your ending result from the beginning. You still trust your process. Say no to the naysayers. And let me tell you a little tidbit. Stop saying, I don't want my enemies around. Guess what? You need your enemies around. You need your Judas in your circle. Why do I say you need your Judas in your circle? First of all, when you have a Judas in your circle, you must recognize who that Judas is. And it's not for you to confront the Judas. It's for you to recognize who that person is in your circle and use that Judas experience in your circle to cause you to have the momentum to get up and keep running. So Psalm 23 tells us that he will prepare a table before us in the presence of our enemies. So if we're continuing to say, I don't want these people around me, they so negative, oh, they're always talking about negative stuff. How are you going to sit at a table before your enemies if you run all your enemies away? You don't need to do that. It's your enemy that you have to show. You didn't break me down. You didn't cause me to run away. What you did, you gave me the momentum. You gave me that running. You gave me that fight that I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you just as well as I show myself. So you don't want to cast your enemies away. You want to recognize them for who they are and recognize that they too have an assignment. Their assignment is going to actually push you into accomplishing your assignment. I'm excited. I am so excited about each one of you all. I'm excited that you are here today. And why I'm excited about you here today? Because you took out the step. When you make the first step, some of you all, let me go back. Some of you all say, well, I came on here just because I'm friends with so-and-so and I knew they were going to be speaking, right? That's probably the majority of people. But guess what? You didn't know that little tidbits, nuggets of wisdom was going to come to you. So you too, that are already in the playing field and I already got a business and I already have this. There is something that's in the back of your mind, in your subconscious, that you know you should have been doing. But you said, I'm not gonna cross over that line because so-and-so and so-and-so is doing it. I'm gonna stay right here in my lane. Who told you what lane you're supposed to be in? Who created a lane for you? You? Because see, what I've been taught, I can say I want my territory enlarged. That means, you know what a territory is? It goes from one area to another area. Only I can determine my lane. No one else could put you in your lane. So you thought you was coming to support one of your friends, or you thought you was coming to support your coach because they're on the platform. But baby, you came so that we could tap into your power. See, there's a power within you. And nobody can get you all riled up to do. We can sit here and we can say, yes, you can do it. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. But if you continue to doubt yourself, if you continue to compare yourself, you'll never move. So what? You have a past. Guess what? Use your past and your pain that comes with that past for your purpose. Let your past be the reason why you have to step out and do something. Well, Relisa, you just don't understand. I've been hurt. Use your hurt to bring healing not only to yourself, but bring healing to someone else. But Relisa, you don't understand. It's just so much mess going on. It's just like every time I get involved with something, it's just mess. Let your mess be turned into your message. I need each one of you all to stop looking at the negative. You turn your negative into positive. In every situation, you need to be optimistic and open-minded. Look for the solution in the situation. As an entrepreneur, you have a business to provide a service. The only reason you're providing the service is because there's a lack of something. So you're bringing resources to something. That's the same with each one of us, with our relationships, whether it be businesses, whether it's our children, whatever it may be. Stop looking at a situation and always automatically look at the negative. Find the silver lining that's within it. When you see the silver lining, that will be your solution to the problem that you're seeing. Now you come up, what? You imagine, I'm going to solve this problem. You're going to make your notations. You're going to visualize the end result from the beginning. You're going to stand when everybody walk away and say, you're not going to do that. I don't know why you're wasting money. You're wasting time. Even though it fails the first time, you're going to get back up and you're going to trust that what you saw, when you saw that silver lining, it's going to come to pass. And it will. You just have to stay the course. The course is not going to be easy. It's going to take some sweat. It's going to take some tears. Surround yourself with like-minded people. Don't you be the smartest person in your corner or in your circle. You need to be surrounded with people who have more They got to have more. They have to be more open-minded. They have to have more ideas. You have to be around people that are going to push you into the place that you want to go. You can't be the smartest cookie in the jar. You need to be around some brownies. You need to be around some brownies with the walnuts. You need to be around some chocolate chips. You need to be around a diversified circle of people that will be able to see what you bring to the table, and they will be able to bring it out of you. That's what you need to do. So I'm getting ready to close down my little Easter speech, and I'm gonna leave you with this. There's a fable that I always think about, and I always like to share so that you could think about it. There was an old farmer who had an old donkey, and he didn't want to sell the donkey because he knew he wasn't going to get a lot of money for the donkey because the donkey was old. So there was a well that was in his land, this big farm, and the donkey fell off in the well. So instead of the farmer going to get the donkey out, the donkey said, he old anyway, he not going to do nothing. He can't help me make no money. He can't do this. I'm going to go ahead and bury him. So what the farmer did, he got a shovel and he started throwing the dirt on the donkey. After he threw the dirt on the donkey, he walked away. A day passed. He comes back out and he like, I know he dead now because I done put all this dirt on him. He comes back and he sees the donkey standing on the dirt. The donkey done shook off the dirt. So now the farmer is upset. He said, okay, I'm going to get him this time. Let me throw some more dirt on him. So he got 2 times more dirt and threw it on the donkey. He left. Another day passed. He comes back outside because surely this donkey dead now. The donkey was still standing on top of the dirt. Days after days after days after, probably a week goes by. The farmer has dumped all of this dirt on the donkey. Now the dirt has gotten to the top of the well. So the farmer comes out. He looks at the well. He sees nothing but dirt. But the donkey hears some moving in the grass and moving in the bushes. So he looks behind him. He sees nothing. He looks to his left. He sees nothing. He looks to his right. He sees nothing. He looks up and looked directly in front of him. And guess what was there? The donkey. This donkey that he said was old, was not good to do any type of work, wouldn't have made him any money, and he couldn't sell him because he said, well, he's too old. I can't make no money off him. That donkey had got up out of the well with all the dirt that the farmer threw on him. Why do I share this story with you? You're going to have your naysayers. You're going to have your so-called friends that has been always in your circle. But then when they see you going in a different direction than they are, they will start saying bad things about you. You may have left a company to go and start your own business and they have blackballed your name. You may have had a divorce. You may have any type of situation that's going on where your name has not been spoken well of. That's people throwing dirt on you. What I need you to do, I need you to be like the donkey. Every time that dirt comes up, shake it off and step up and keep moving. That dirt gets thrown on you, shake it off and step up and keep moving. Do not allow your stumbling blocks to stop you. Take your stumbling blocks and make them your stepping stones and do what you were born to do. Because guess what, baby? You were born to be dope. My name is Verlisa Waring, your confidence builder. You can connect with me at www.verlisawaring.com. And guess what? I have a freebie for you. I need you all to get your cell phones. Get your cell phones, and you're going to type in the topic shatter. Why do I want you to type in shatter? I'll tell you that in a minute. Your topic is going to be shatter. You're going to type in your first and last name along with your email address. You're going to send it to 470-685-9996. That number again is 470-685-9996. Now, what are you going to get for texting me all this information? You're going to be invited to a masterclass that we're going to deal with your vision. I'm going to help you create your vision. And not only are we going to create your vision, we together are going to come up with strategic plans to make your vision manifest. So you're going to go from the dream to actual reality. And guess what? It's free. Yes, it's free. Why am I going to do this? Because guess what? I know I'm dope. And I know you dope. And I need you to step out into your dopeness. See, it was someone that saw the dopeness in me. And they gave me an opportunity. So I want to be that dope person to give this dope person an opportunity too. You can connect with me again at www.verlisa, VERLISA, wearing, WEARING.com. Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn is Verlisa Wearing also. Be blessed and always remember, you are dope. Celebrate your own self.
What a way to finish out the day, Verlisa. Thank you so much. That was phenomenal. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful presentation. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. It was my pleasure.
Absolutely. All right, y'all. Man, that was day one. Day one. We still have 2 more days to go. I mean, was this phenomenal or what? And I mean, we're ahead of time. So even with a tech issue here or there, we still finished up on time. And tomorrow is just going to get better. Listen, I'm glad I'm not a speaker tomorrow. Well, I mean, technically I am, but I'm glad I'm not a tomorrow speaker because the first day y'all have set the bar. They set the bar high. But I know the people that we have lined up for day 2, they ain't scared. They ain't scared of no challenge. They gonna come and they gonna bring it as well. So man, I'm telling you, this has been phenomenal. Day 1. I couldn't have asked for a better kickoff to this Born to Be Dope experience. I'm so excited about it. So before I let you all go, we do have a couple of things just want to make sure you all are aware of. Let me see. Let me get my notes. First of all, again, if you are enjoying yourself, if you've missed something, if you were watching the Power Talk room and didn't realize you weren't watching the live presentations that are going on with me hosting, you're like, man, I missed something. Or maybe you watched, one not the other, and you want to be able to watch all the replays of this weekend's presentations. And you want to have access to the film. We didn't even talk about the audio book that's coming. We're going to do that as well. So there'll be a Born to Be Dope audio book that'll be released. If you want access to all of that, that comes with the $99 VIP pass. You can go ahead. You can still go to borntobedopesummit.com, click the VIP access pass button. You can still purchase that. You'll still get all of that stuff is included with that pass. So it's not too late to do that. All right. If you are ready, you watch this, you're like, you know what? I am Born to Be Dope, and I'm ready to tell the world about it. And you want a Born to Be Dope hoodie, sweatshirt, t-shirt, doesn't matter what color. We got, like I said, 6 or 7 different designs. We just launched 2 new designs over this week. As a matter of fact, we got 2 new designs. So even if you have a closet full of Born to Be Dope stuff, talking to myself, you can still go order some new stuff. We got some new swag out there as well, so you can go ahead and get that. So for all those who have already ordered stuff, man, I appreciate you all. I just did a shirt, so I was like, hey, I'm gonna just do a shirt for some fun. But you all have really loved the swag and really supported, so I thank you for that. You almost had me considering starting a t-shirt business, but I've been there, done that. Don't want to do that again. That's another conference. We should do a conference on just all the businesses we failed at, right? But anyway, also, what else? The film. It's all started from an idea for a film, right? We talked about reinventing yourself. If you saw Tracy Lee when he talked about just how to, as you grow, how to take what you love and do, and just how it changes as you grow. This is one of the things that reason that this film was even made, because I've done books for 16, 17 years now, and I was like, how do we flip this? How do we expand this and take this to the next level? Everyone's out there doing a book, showing people how to write a book, but what's after the book, right? So I wanted to do this this project to take it beyond books. I wanted people to really start to see yourself bigger than just a book, and see how big you can really grow your brand and really reach people. So that's what we started with this movie and this this visual mixtape. So it's a collection. Like, listen, I'll take a sneak peek if you have this film is a collection of everyone in the film you'll see this weekend, but not everyone you see this weekend is in the film. But everyone who's in the film, they all just poured out, told their story about being dope, their journey. I got people to really just, open up about their journey in their life. So if you were here earlier, you heard Tayel Hayes talk about it being cathartic and just really sharing stuff that they haven't shared before or really considered or thought about. So we really got people to talk about that, but we added hip hop to it. So all the presentations are to some dope hip hop music produced by Salim, who you'll meet on Sunday. So it's just different. It's something that you're going to enjoy. You're going to watch it, and I didn't realize that you were learning. You will realize, but it won't. You'll be learning while you just bobbing your head the whole time. Like, okay, so I guess there's a little cardio to it as well because you're watching it like this, so you get a little workout in. So anyway, that's on Sunday. So make sure you tune in for that. Two more things. If you are watching and you're like, you know what, I love this, I would love to be on this platform, we want to hear from you. We are casting now for the next Born to be Dope project. So the film and summit, the next one's going to be in Maryland. Again, we're going to do it live, barring any health catastrophes coming up. It's going to be in August 4th through 6th, 2022. So you can go to borntobedopesummit.com and click the apply to speak button and complete the form to schedule your speaker audition. We're interviewing people in March, so we're going to have those spots all filled by the end of that month. So go to borntobedopesummit.com, fill the apply to speak button in the form to get the process started. You could probably possibly be in the next film, on the next stage, coming forward. So last thing, I want to give away something. I want to give away, so if you have stuck with us all day, you deserve something, right? You are in the Facebook group. Here's why it's important, why you connect and be where the winners are, because if you are in the Facebook group, that means that you registered, 2, you read your emails that I sent, and 3, you acted on the email I sent. So we're going to reward those who did those steps. So if you are in the Facebook group and you're watching, we want to hear from you. We want to hear your testimonial, hear your feedback, how you think the event has gone so far. So for the first 3 people who go, you see there's a thread in the Facebook group asking you for a review. See if I can pull it up quickly to give you the exact words. I'm probably going to mess it up. Let's see. Let me approve that first. There's a question in the group that asks, here we go. You'll see the picture in there. It says, please submit a testimonial about this weekend's event in the comments. So you put it in the comments, but in the comments, there's a link. So if you go and there's a link that you can fill out a quick Google form where you can submit your comment there. First three people who submit a testimonial, comment, or whatever to the link, I'm going to give you a free Born to be Dope t-shirt. All right, so I'm going to give you a free Born to be Dope t-shirt. First 3 people who submit through the form, you'll be able to get that. I'll reach out to you, see which design you like, get your size and everything. We'll send it out to you, no charge to yourself. Just my way of saying thank you for being part of this awesome event. So make sure you go ahead and do that. All right, so listen, this has been phenomenal. I mean, this has been great. I am excited about tomorrow. Same time, tune in tomorrow at 10 a.m. Sharp. We're going to rock and roll. Everything's going to be charged properly, even though it's been plugged in for a week. I'll make sure everything's charged so we don't have any more issues. But we are good to go for tomorrow. I want to thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all again for just being part of this wonderful, wonderful event. And I will talk to you tomorrow. Remember, you can also, last thing. If you're watching on the page, we have the Power Talks will start up again at 5 p.m. Eastern time, going all the way till midnight. So you can tune in and watch those Power Talks. That bonus content is on the view page. Again, that's you only get the view page if you registered. So those who registered, you were able to see that bonus content as well. So appreciate y'all. All right, we'll see you tomorrow. And always remember, you were born to be dope.
Hey, enjoying yourself at the Born to be Dope Summit so far? Hopefully you purchased a ticket to watch the Born to be Dope movie premiere, because I'm sure you're going to love that too. I have a quick question for you though. how would you like to be on stage presenting at the next Born to Be Dope Summit? Or better yet, be featured in the next Born to Be Dope visual mixtape feature film. If you have an empowering and a motivational message that will help people celebrate being unapologetically great at being themselves, or you have the secret to being dope in a particular area of life, then apply now to partner with us on the next Born to Be Dope project. Go to www.borntobedopesummit.com and click the Apply to Speak button and complete the speaker questionnaire form. We start casting next month for our next Born to Be Dope, and we just may choose you, so don't miss it. Apply now.
Hi, I'm Ryan C. Greene, founder of Indie Author Pro, where our mission is to help you publish independently and profit like a pro. We position authors to move beyond selling their books and helping create scalable businesses that attract clients and allow for profitable growth. One of the Beyond the Book strategies we employ is teaching authors how to transform their best-selling books into sold-out online courses. So if you've written a nonfiction self-help book, then no doubt you're probably selling thousands of dollars worth of knowledge for a puny $15 and $20 and expecting that to change your financial life. We specialize in creating captivating and compelling video content and turning that $20 book into a $200 to $2,000 online course. Maybe you're a speaker who only gets paid when you're on someone else's stage. Building your own online course is one of the best ways to create your stage that generates thousands of dollars of passive income just for you. So if you're ready to move beyond the book and start earning what your expertise is truly worth and learn more about the proven course creation system, I want to invite you to our 5-day sold-out Course Creator Challenge, where you will learn everything you need to transform your book into a sold-out course in just 5 days. So register at 5daycoursecreator.com and stop shortchanging your value and start demanding your worth. Join the next Course Creator Challenge at 5daycoursecreator.com and start profiting from your book like a pro. If going viral is your only plan to make it big with your media brand, you may be going about this content thing all wrong. One of the most impactful ways to position yourself as the real deal and a voice others should pay attention to is by partnering with a network to distribute your content on a television streaming platform. If you have an idea for a great TV show, podcast, film, or live event, and are looking to reach a global audience and expand your brand's reach, check this out. GreeneHouse Media has partnered with Exposure Network TV and is now streaming content to over 160 homes globally via Apple TV, Roku TV, Amazon Fire TV, Exposure TV app on Apple and Android, and ExposureNetworkTV.tv. If you're tired of giving away your content for free with apps like YouTube, will make you jump through all the hoops to monetize your own content while they get rich placing ads in your network, then bring your content to death row. Nah, I play it. But let's show you how bringing your show to the Exposure Network TV platform through GreeneHouse Media can better position you for the distribution, impact, and profit you seek and deserve from your creativity. Let's discuss your project today and see if now is a good time for us to partner. Schedule a discovery call with our producers by texting the word exposure to 614-333-0338. And let's talk about making your media dreams come true. Oh, and go ahead and download the app on your TV and your phone as well.